Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request all speakers, delegates, foreign participants, and senior officers to proceed to the left of the foyer of the auditorium for a group photograph. May I request the audience to kindly switch off your mobile phones or keep them in silent mode during the proceedings of the dialogue. May I request all the audience members to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put them in silent mode during the proceedings of the dialogue.
I request everyone to take their seats in the audience. We will proceed shortly. Good morning to everyone. The session plan for today is as flashed. Humanitarian crises and natural disasters pose significant challenges to affected communities governments, and responding agencies. The increase in frequency, complexity, and severity of disasters demand a coordinated and effective response to ease suffering and support recovery efforts. A joint approach to HADR is therefore critical towards addressing the diverse need of affected populations by identifying opportunities for improving coordination, responses, and outcomes. To delve into these issues, we have an esteemed panel of speakers today, Sri Nitin Gokhale and Air Vice Marshal Anil Gulani. The session will be moderated by Professor Janki Andharia. May I now request all speakers and the moderator to kindly come on stage. Professor Janki Andharia is a senior professor with the Jamsetji Tata School of Disaster Studies, Mumbai. Her post-tsunami work in the Nicobar Group of Islands from 2004 to 2010 provided her an opportunity to understand both the economic and ecological challenges that islands and the tribal communities face. She has been nominated by the Home Ministry to the board of the Asia Disaster Preparedness Center, Bangkok. In 2023, in recognition of her accomplishments, the Humanitarian Conflict Response Institute of Manchester University, UK, has appointed her as honorary professor. I now hand over to Professor Janki Andharia to progress the session.
Good morning, everyone. I think that introduction was not really necessary because I think I've become famous after my last session, made lots of friends and enemies, I'm sure. All right. So we are continuing with the idea of HADR. We are going to be talking about coordination, and we have an extremely sort of distinguished set of panelists who are going to be speaking. Nitin Gokhale is somebody who I think I have learned a lot listening to his reporting and his analysis on diverse subjects, whether they are matters of defense, strategy, international relations. So I think most of us here, he's very, very well known in India as well as overseas. So I'm not really going to introduce him. And we also have with us Air Vice Marshal Gulani, who is, again, there's no point in reading all of this, but he's Director General of CAPS right now. And he's also going to be talking about issues of HADR and coordination and so on. So who would like to go first? Would it be? All right. So over to you. I think you have, sure, absolutely, no problem. And you have 20, 25 minutes because I have cut short my introduction, so feel free. All right. You can use this mic.
I'll use this mic, but I like the
Pointer, the slide changer.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sincan, Air Marshal Balakrishnan, also senior officers here, most of them friends over the years, and some people who are sort of involved in tsunami relief and rehabilitation. Again, friends, so it's familiar setting. But this opening opening the innings on the second day is always difficult if you have to use the cricket analogy, because the stage has been set yesterday and the standard, the bar that has been set is very high. And I have nothing new to really add. So if there is a repetition, please forgive me, and please allow me to sit here and do it because I've got a little bit of a back problem. But notwithstanding that, I think if we have to look back at or look at how the Indian military is now conducting its HADR operations, we have to look at, obviously the inflection point is December 2004. But also let me take you through a bit of history, a little bit, just quickly, and then come to the present, how they're functioning. So that's my understanding. I may have a Uh, well, this is work. It is? No. It's thank you. So, the military has always done what I call informal HADR. It's a default option, as you have heard over the years. I spent, as most of you know, 23 years in the Northeast reporting that region. And every year, it, absolutely as a routine, in Assam, there would be the Air Force and the Army would be called in to do flood relief, sometimes landslide relief, sometimes people stranded everywhere. So every operation, the army has been the first responder because there was no dedicated organization earlier, as all of you know. And even operations other than war, it's not just HADR. HADR is a new term, maybe relatively for 20, 25 years, that at least I know about. But operations other than war, the Indian military has always conducted without any reservation. And my mind goes back to, and this was something that I read some years ago, that when the partition happened and people wanted to come from what was then Punjab, the Pakistan Punjab now, back to India, the Quetta Staff College, there were Indian officers who wanted to come back to India, had opted to come back to India. They were given a train, military train, 12 rifles, one LMG, and said, okay, you carry on, come to India. And this organization was formed in 1947-48 called Military Evacuation Organization, which looked after the refugees. And when this train came, so Brigadier S.S. Malik, that time young Major S.S. Malik, Major General S.S. Malik, he was returning from on that train. So 2/3 of that train was loaded by civilians and not by officers. There were 12 officers, and like I said, 12 rifles and one LMG. They escorted them very safely. And an anecdote there, which I read again in one of the books, one of the memoirs, was that Major Yahya Khan, all of you know Yahya Khan, was the person who actually alerted Major Malik that there would be a bomb planted at such and such station. So just stop the train, get down, get your officers to figure out if the bomb is there, and then carry the train on. That was the incident that happened in 1947, July, August 1947. They took 12 days from Quetta or from wherever the train was coming to come to Delhi, to Punjab rather, Indian Punjab, and they safely escorted, not a single casualty there. So it's not as if, the military has not been doing all this. The earliest I sort of have come across the incidents or events was the 1950 big quake. Yesterday I was looking at the list somebody had put out. I think Commodore Benny had put out the list of the largest earthquakes, so I don't remember who. But this was the 7th largest earthquake in 1950 in Assam, which changed the course of the Brahmaputra. And the old Dibrugarh town actually went completely underwater. So that is, I think for India, that has been the biggest or the largest quake in terms of its intensity. So that was the time when the army again stepped up there. Now, of course, as I said, 2004. So before that, Latur, earthquake, Uttarakhand, Kashmir to Assam, everywhere the military has been the first responder, like I said. But I think December 26 rather, sorry, this December 26 it should be. 2004 has been a breakout moment. And the tsunami, as we all know, where it happened, and I think you heard Suraj Beri and others about how India sent ships. I went to Sri Lanka, in fact, and from Assam all the way. I was working for Outlook that time. And Outlook normally has a holiday for a week from 25th of December to 31st of December. All of us were on a chutti. And I got a call on the 26th evening that you have to come and go to Chennai. That time Madras, of course. And said, you go there. But the moment I got there, they said, no, you go to Sri Lanka because that has also got a larger tragedy that has happened in Sri Lanka. So I went there and I saw firsthand what happened. In fact, the biggest tragedy there was this train that got washed off between Gaul and I think it was from the south it was coming. I don't know whether Suraj said this yesterday, I wasn't here. But India, of course, lived up to its role as a big regional player. What did India do right that time? And these are the figures, again, all available. Just recapping them. In 12 hours, so many ships were out at sea doing relief, aircraft, helicopters, everyone was there. And India coordinated. The most important thing here is the coordination between India and the rest of the navies, but the biggest navy, of course, in the region in Asia Pacific, that time it used to be called Asia Pacific, was the US Navy, and doing coordination with them and actually taking over the leadership role, because the US Navy, as somebody would have remarked, I don't know whether again that remark was made, that the US Navy was looking for comfort rather than giving relief to the people. At least in Sri Lanka, I saw that. So India took the leadership role, and that became a new template for HADR. After that, there have been several operations, and I can point out to some of them. Operation Sukoon from Lebanon, Indians were evacuated. Operations in Myanmar in 2008 when the cyclone happened. Operation Blossom in Libya. I mean, these are, of course, evacuation operations. These are not exactly classical HADR operations, but these are a very notable operations because they were done in hostile conditions and, of course, at a distant place. Now, that is where I think we have to look at what the change that has happened in the Indian military's approach to HADR. From focusing on Indian nationals alone, India is now, if I can call it, savior in chief in the Indian Ocean region. I mean, look at the examples which I am going to quote here. Maldives in 2014, where the water had to be transported. Nepal in 2015, Sri Lanka in 2016, Bangladesh, Myanmar in 2017, Mozambique in 2019. Now, Mozambique, imagine earlier, was not, what is this? This, there. Okay. Okay. Right. Online comments, yeah. So, I mean, these operations are wide, varied, and different, varied different circumstances, complete different circumstances when you look at these operations. Actually, when you put it together, then you realize how much work the Indian military does, especially the Navy and the Air Force, of course, in very hostile conditions. Man-made disasters in Yemen. I think this was something that the West has not been able to accept, that apart from Indian nationals, 1900 plus foreigners, I mean Westerners and others, were evacuated by India, where, if you remember, General V.K. Singh was the man in charge of that evacuation operation at that point in time. So, India has been stepping up its Indian military, stepping up its intensity, its effort, and its the assets deployed for all this. And in the process, it has extended the boundaries of the neighborhood, really. If you see, from rescuing people in South Sudan when the war broke out there in 2016, to helping Turkey, the moment, I think India was the first responder to go to Turkey the moment the earthquake hit there. Syria and Turkey, of course. And then all of you know the famous rescue in Sudan, where the C-130 landed in absolute blind conditions, you would say, because there was no visibility, there was no ground support, night landing operation, and evacuating people from there. So, and then of course in the last 3 years, these operations, again hostile conditions, Afghanistan, Ukraine, and Sudan, like I said, that was something that is very notable. Now, COVID, of course, again has been spoken about, that we sent the vaccines to, and I don't know, 100 countries. And who was at the forefront of all this? Again, the Indian military. Because of its size, its reach, its assets, and its committed personnel who ask no questions, obviously, because of their nature of their job, and also the fact that they've been doing it, it's been ingrained, it's a lot of factored in whenever the military is sort of training or deployed. So why has this reach extended is the question. I mean, what has changed? Reorientation. I was asked to speak about the reorientation. And I was speaking to people. I know that there are organizations in the headquarter IDS. We have one brigadier from there who looks after that vertical that looks after the disaster management or disaster rescue and relief. But that apart from creating organizations, I think the issue is that there are several things that have changed. Stronger economic heft is there. Long endurance aircraft have come in, C-130, C-17. You have better ships which have, the kind of staying power, long legs, long sea legs. Sagar policy means that, you are trying to become I mean, in the old way, I don't know why this term has changed. I think I have to ask some people. From net security provider, India wanting to become net security provider, now we say preferred security partner, which I think is a kind of a giving space for contest by other countries by saying preferred security partner, but that is a subject of different discussion. So because of these three or four factors, the reach and the effectiveness of the Indian armed forces have really been notable and noticeable really. They give India the standing that it is far higher than before, because earlier you didn't go that far. You didn't go to Africa, you didn't go to Middle East or West Asia. And of course, you went to Lebanon and Libya, but that was only for Indian nationals. But now you're going and doing working and helping. I mean, of course, somebody can point out to the Indochina War of the 50s, where Indian military ambulance was there. But that's a one-off story. But the challenges are likely to increase, is what I want to sort of note here, because the climate change induced disasters and conflicts are rising. Everybody knows it, but I want to again flag it for everyone's attention. Now, if you look at this earthquake risk, this scale that they've given, look at the areas where the earthquake is supposed to be highest intensity or highest likelihood in the world. This world from India to its east. And you see India's red. I mean, there are this Hindu Kush, even parts of Afghanistan, of course, we always know. This is what happens, if you look at the intensity that has been predicted from 8.8 to 9 on the Richter scale, which means earthquakes will happen. If you look at the coastal flooding risks, which is again, if you look at the map, I hope you are able to see the map, yeah. So coastal flooding risks are of course in Japan, they are also in East Asia, most of them. But even Indian coastal states are not without the risk of flooding because of the cyclones, because of the typhoon. We don't call them typhoon in India, but cyclones mostly. And the heat hazard. I know we have not given probably enough attention to the heat hazard. And last year in Delhi, we almost reached 50 degrees, if I remember correctly, although they said the reading was wrong at one of the places, but 49.9 definitely we reached in Delhi. And many other cities and towns in Rajasthan always get that kind of a thing. And look at the heat hazard map. I mean, extreme heat in India. I think India and the other countries in Southeast Asia are at risk. And we might think that what is there to evacuate from the heat, but we never know what new challenges will come here. And tropical cyclones, of course, again, given Vietnam, Philippines, Japan, Taiwan, all of them face the cyclones. The risks are there. And India has also gone to Philippines, which I didn't mention here, twice, in fact, in the last 5 years, and with massive effort and massive aid that has gone quickly. The trick is to be there as quickly as possible. And because of the reach and because of the new assets, India has been able to reach to those. That is the reorientation that has happened. That we are in a position, India in a position to get to these places as quickly as possible. And because training has happened now, instead of peripheral functioning, also got its act right in terms of being prepared. The bricks are ready. I think the several items that are in that brick, I think are something that has changed over the years, since especially from 2004. It has given India several advantages, of course. It increases India's credibility and trust in the immediate and extended neighborhood. Not that everyone is grateful always or permanently, but at least you get some brownie points there, which is part of the foreign policy and neighborhood relations that you do that. But more than that, I think the military gets priceless exposure to how different terrains are there, how the militaries in different countries operate, what are the functioning standard operating procedures that they have. this actually is priceless and intangible in many ways, but also fosters interoperability as far as the Indian military is concerned with friendly neighbors and friendly countries' militaries, which I think is a big advantage which we don't really count because it can't be quantified. But this is what actually happens because of the reorientation of the Indian Armed Forces for HADR. And this is not classical HADR, like I said, we do a lot of things. Indian military does a lot of things domestically, as we know. We are a country of varying climatic conditions, terrain, and you never know where disaster strikes. You can have it in Kerala, you can have it in Leh. The Leh cloudburst, for instance, there's a debate which still goes on whether it was man-made or was it natural. I would think both contributed 50-50 because greening Ladakh, which has been undertaken by the administration and by the military, is probably upsetting the natural balance, is my view. I may be wrong, but as a non-expert, I can say that you never got rains in Ladakh in the quantity that you get now, and you got in 2012 when that cloudburst happened, when entire village, Choglagam, I think, got washed away. And those things also have to be taken into consideration. So I think climate change as a weapon or climate-induced events as a weapon also is being studied by some of the sections in the government, which probably will also then lead to what is the mitigation for those events. So number of cloudbursts in the Himalayan region that have increased in the past 10 years or so. If you look at the incidents in Uttarakhand, Himachal, or even Arunachal Pradesh, then and Sikkim. In fact, Sikkim was mentioned yesterday. And if you look at that, perhaps the Indian military will also have to start thinking and working and studying that pattern, whether it's sometimes artificially induced, some cloudbursts. Some questions have been raised about it. I'm not sure whether it's correct or not, but that is there. And that is where I think the Indian military has shown its jointness, its ability to adapt to any condition, go quickly, and start working is something that gives the Indian military the not just the heft, but a kind of a status and respect amongst different countries in, like I said, in the immediate and the extended neighborhood. That's the reorientation that is the advantage that the reorientation has brought us. And I think I'm going to stop here. Finally, it is sort of translating into better military to military cooperation. I think India does now so many joint operations with so many militaries. In fact, there is a collective India-Africa kind of exercise that happens. There is India BIMSTEC countries operations that happen, and some of them are tabletop, some of them are actual things that happen in Pune and probably Delhi. So I think this is priceless, also saves lives and gives India the edge that it did not perhaps have as much in the previous decades as it is now. It has got now. So I'm going to stop here and then maybe have more questions and answers, or maybe some criticism of what I have said, or contesting some of the assertions that I have made. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very crisp, sharp putting together of where the military is, the role of HADR, the expanding role of HADR, and I think we are talking here of soft diplomacy, which is the rule of the game kind of a thing now. We no longer are sort of, and I think the fact that India's influence is expanding, and I think some of these things are very, very relevant, and thank you also for bringing into the discussion the whole specter of climate change, extreme weather events, and disasters. We today look at all of this on a continuum, and I think not just India, but countries across the globe are quite ill prepared, and we continue more often than not business as usual. So I think there's a lot that's going on there for which we need to be prepared, and we are going to be hard pressed in the coming years and coming decades. So thank you very much, and we will have I'm sure people would have comments and discussions. I don't think people would want to contest what you are saying, but probably they would like to pick your brains on other things for sure. All right. So the next speaker is Vice Air Marshal Gulani, and over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends from friendly foreign countries, and Sincan. At the outset, I must thank you, Sincan Air Marshal Saju Balakrishnan, for giving me the opportunity to come and speak over here. It is nostalgic, like I've been saying, because having served there 15 years ago, it brings back very fond memories of my stay over here. So, being the last speaker somewhat on this subject, there may be a little bit of repetition, but I intend to cover, what is going to be the role of the armed forces in disaster management, and this is what we've been talking about since yesterday. And I think this issue came up yesterday as well. Though we say the first responders and the last resort, but it's always the local community, the local administration that is invariably going to be the first responder whenever any disaster strikes. But what we understand is that the capability and capacity is limited, and therefore the armed forces are called upon to assist in disaster. And why they are called upon, we'll just see, subsequently. This is a slide of the Turkey and Syria post the earthquake. I think yesterday there was a mention made when this contest was happening about gender, this thing that India was the only country which sent lady doctors. But then I think India sent about 7 crores worth of equipment to Turkey, which included a 30-bed para field hospital. And, we sent the NDRF team, went with stone and chip cutters for concrete and all. Pakistan also was there in this, they had sent their C-130 with an urban search and rescue team. And if you look at Turkey, the soft power of Pakistan probably is more as far as Turkey is concerned. But then India, made a point, I think, in my opinion, by sending without hesitation more than enough relief and rescue material to this country, because in this belief of the Prime Minister of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam that the world is one family, I don't think India has shied away from assisting any country, like Nitin also covered. Now, I just cover what actually is a disaster. I mean, though we've been talking about it since yesterday, but as the definition shows, that it's a event of natural or man-made causes that leads to sudden disruption of normalcy within the society, causing damage to life, and nothing, when nothing seems to be working. And when you look at this, what are the unique attributes of the armed forces and why they are called upon for disaster management is because we have a pan-India footprint, because we are an autonomous organization, where command control issues and all are settled within the organization itself, and you don't have to look outside. And we are integrated, so as to say, and self-reliant in every aspect, whether it is administration, communication, or logistics. And obviously, to to say the least, there is armed forces leadership, and there is dedicated manpower. And the last and the most important thing is that we have the capability to increase the scale, the surge capability to increase operations in these scenarios. Now, there's a lot of debate on the role of armed forces, whether why are they called, and there are two sides of the debate. But I think it's as per Article 355 of the Indian Constitution, it is a constitutional obligation of the armed forces to assist civil authorities in the scenarios that have been mentioned over here, to maintain law and order. And obviously, HADR becomes a part of this. And like I was mentioning, this on this debate, there is seemingly inevitable. I mean, there are a lot of people who say that it is not the role of the armed forces to aid in disasters. Our role is to aim and, to secure the nation and fight. But these are the two divergent views that are there. And there is also a thought that, we must reduce the response and discourage over enthusiasm. And I'd like to make a point, to differentiate between disasters and other issues. Like I think there was that bridge that collapsed in Mumbai, that railway foot over bridge, and the armed forces was called. That, in my opinion, is not the role of the armed forces. The armed forces were called to organize some international yoga day in Delhi, I think, in large measure. Again, that is something that the nation needs to relook at. But yes, definitely constitutional obligation, armed forces, and the government's viewpoint is this: that the core of the government response is capacity, and requisitioning of armed forces by the civil administration, like I mentioned in the previous slide, is a constitutional obligation. So we need to be clear as to what we should do and what we should not do, or what India as a nation should be doing in this role. Now, if you look at the response mechanism, it transcends, all the three domains of land, air, and sea. This is the capability that we have and the capacity, and obviously trans-border, as it has been pointed out earlier in the calamities that have occurred across the world. And now I'll just cover how does this whole thing work? What is the institutional mechanism which gets into motion anytime a disaster strikes? So at the apex level, you have the National Crisis Management Committee, which is chaired by the Cabinet Secretary, and you have other members from other ministries, including the Met, the NSA, and the chiefs are called, and from there the directions are given, and you have the National Executive Committee, which is chaired by the Home Secretary. And then this is responsible for implementation of the policy for disasters, the Home Ministry, that is the National Executive Committee, and then it comes down to the Defense Crisis Management Group, which has the representatives of all the organizations in the Ministry of Defense. I'll come to that in the next slide. But the other important agencies that are involved in it are the Ministry of Home Affairs, NDMA, NDRF, the Central Paramilitary Forces, and the other ministries as shown on the slide, including the Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs and the Ministry of the Department of Expenditure. And if you come to the organization of the in the armed forces, this meets to decide, evaluate the situation that is existing and what is the level of involvement of the armed forces that would be required in this situation. And the members comprise of the DCIDS Ops, DGDIA, DCIDS Med, Assets Joint Ops, and on the left you find that the DGMO, that is Director Generals of Operations of all the three services, Army, Navy, and Air Force, are also part of this. And based on where the disaster has struck, Joint Secretary of relevant ministries and the resident commissioners of the states and union territories that are based in Delhi are called to be part of this meeting, as chaired by the CISC. Now, as far as this Defense Crisis Management Group is concerned, post the act which under which the NDMA was formed, this was also promulgated around the same time in May 2005. And this was Chief of Staff's Committee Joint Directive on Disaster Management, which exists. And it deals with all these, the mandate is to deal with all crises like, terrorist outages, war, international man-made situations, disasters, and other things. And this, the notification of this is given by the MOD on approval of the Defense Secretary, and either or by CISC in consultation with the Chairman COSC or the CDS now, as shown. Now, if you look at the footprint of the Indian armed forces, we see that all the three services, that is the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, work in different manners while responding to disasters. And the Army is, divided into area headquarters. They have 6 area headquarters and 22 sub-area headquarters, whereas the Navy is headquartered in, the coastal areas and island territories, and the proximity to places where the disaster strikes with respect to the commands, that is the Western Naval Command, Eastern Naval Command, or the Southern Naval Command. They have these pre-prepared bricks, relief bricks, which are available, and the LSCs, LCUs, and LPDs are ones which are used. The Air Force works differently because the nearest Air Force base which is there, which has the assets in terms of helicopters or the transport aircraft, are tasked by Air Headquarters. We have ACS TNH over here. This comes under his mandate, and that is how the armed forces function. And if you look at the recent experiences that are there, you've got this Silkaira tunnel which happened. We had the army digging that trenchless digging, horizontal tunneling, and all which took place. And from Sudan, I think Nitin spoke about all this, so I'll not go into details of these operations. Outside India, we've had, within the country, of course, we've had the Uttarakhand flood, which took place, and the GLOF, which was talked about yesterday by Janlata Hasnain as well. And the Sikkim, this Silkaira tunnel bend, which was there, which I mentioned earlier, and the Wayanad landslide, which happened in Kerala earlier this year. And the recent involvement outside India is the cyclone Mocha landfall in Myanmar, and the Turkey earthquake, which I spoke of earlier. Now, what do the Indian armed forces do as far as the other friendly foreign countries and other nations are concerned? We've been carrying out major exercises as far as disaster preparedness is concerned with other nations. We had this Chakravat conducted by the Indian Navy in Goa last year in October, which 8 countries from the Indian Ocean region collaborated and participated in this exercise. We had an exercise with the United States Tiger Triumph, which happened earlier this year at Vishakhapatnam, and we had the harbor phase where there were training visits and subject matter expert talks, and we also had some social activity and sports visit. And then the sea phase had maritime and amphibious operations related to disasters. And Sanyukt Vimochan was an annual, NDM has taken the lead to organize these exercises. And this was conducted by the Indian Army in Ahmedabad and Porbandar just last month to simulate a cyclone scenario in the area which is prone to cyclones, as we are aware. That is the Gujarat area. Now, this has happened after, there's a mandate issued in 2015 to carry out regular tri-service joint exercises to ensure that disaster preparedness and response mechanism works. Now, I think Nitin spoke of the impact of weather. As we go into the future, climate change is a major issue that is concerning all of us, and there will be more examples of extreme weather patterns and extreme weather. It is said that it can actually reduce the global GDP by up to 1%. That is the effect that it is going to have. Melting glaciers are going to result in shortage of water, and droughts will increase. Migration takes place. You have climate refugees which will flood other countries, and floods from rising sea levels could displace up to 100 million people, and more than 200 million people permanently displaced. Crop yields would decline. So these are some of the challenges or predictions that we are going to face in the future, and unless we do something about it, and then the peculiarities of India as such. Now, out of 28 states and 8 union territories, that is a total of 36, as many as 27 are disaster prone. And if you look at perceived threats due to man-made and other disasters, including terrorist attacks, actually the entire country as such, India, is vulnerable. And several studies have indicated that the scenario is only going to get worse in the years to come. Reasons, like I mentioned before, global warming and climate change, and also as we've seen in Himachal and Uttarakhand, there's also a well-established link between development and disasters. Because if you carry out unplanned development, then this is what is going to happen. The types of hazards are shown on this slide, and uh, as you can see, earthquake, high damage risk, and including floods. India is it's a colorful slide, so as to say, we are affected by almost each of these disasters. Now, what is the emphasis uh, presently, which the government through the NDMA is looking at? They're looking at the shifting the focus from disaster management to disaster risk reduction, and there are two different approaches to this problem. We need to reduce the risk, and as you can see on this slide, from disaster management, which focuses on responding to crisis, and which is reactive and post disaster management scenario, which includes actions during and after the disaster, is a short term measure. And when you look at proactive measures, which is for disaster risk reduction, these actually look at preventing disasters, and they are proactive, aiming to address the root cause of disasters and to reduce, by detailed planning of how your buildings and infrastructure, roads, highways, and all is developed, and urban planning, education, awareness of the people. And this actually focuses on long-term development and capacity building is what the focus should be nationally on, if you look at disaster management. I just leave this on. And I think in the end, it says, in a sense, disaster management handles disasters while they occur, and disaster risk reduction works to ensure the disasters have minimal impact on, you know, when they strike. Yesterday, General Hasnain mentioned of this Prime Minister's 10-point agenda on disaster risk reduction. This, we've had an Asian ministerial conference on disaster risk reduction in New Delhi. This happened in November 2016. But I think uh, we can do much more involving the countries in the region, in the Indian Ocean region, to look at these issues and emulate some of these points in the other countries as well. I think as far as CAPS, where I am there based, we've just signed an MOU with the NDMA to carry out two studies of role of defense services in enhancing disaster risk reduction measures, and also the use of air power and disaster management. These are the ongoing studies that CAPS is doing. Now, when what are the recommendations that one needs to make? We need to understand what actually is a disaster and anticipate, the deployment as far as the armed forces are concerned. There has to be a unified response across the services, that is the Army and the Army, Navy, and Air Force. And I have spoken of the last resort principle. As far as the civil capabilities are concerned, the records need to be updated. Multi-agency mock exercises need to be conducted. We have to be ready to participate internationally, and wherever new infrastructure is being built or developed across, the military bases and the Air Force stations and all, we need to keep this issue of disaster risk reduction in mind and focus on our primary role. And this is, unity of effort which needs to be there as far as the armed forces are concerned in disaster management. And the only thing in the end that I would like to say is, that the only certainty in life is uncertainty, and the only way out is for us to adapt to situations. And actually, no plan survives a disaster or a conflict, but processes certainly do, and this is what we need to concentrate on. And I would like to end over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've kept to time, and you've also sort of done a very good, sharp overview of the whole domain of disaster management. And uh, I'm really glad that you brought out the whole linkage between disasters and development. In fact, we say that the drivers of disasters and the drivers of development are the same. So think about it. We are development processes are not risk informed. So today we are talking about, he mentioned planning as well. We are talking about risk informed planning. But when we say all this needs to be kept in mind, who is to do that? Unless you have a legislation, a notification, we are not going to be keeping anything in mind, because the people who are talking about disaster management are working in one direction, and the people who are working in the arena of development are quite unmindful of the fact that yes, there is an impending crisis in the form of climate change which is upon us, and we continue, therefore, to be response centric rather than be proactively sort of looking at disaster prevention. Although, for I think the longest time, we keep saying that there's a paradigm shift from disaster response to disaster mitigation and preparedness and prevention. The truth is that, and this is not just us in India, I think this is a global scenario. And what I would like us to sort of discuss and debate from what you have presented is that are our military bases, let's say, naval bases or Air Force bases, how risk informed are we? If we are located in a certain region, what is the long-term prospect of how our assets are going to be impacted by disasters? Is there a thought process on that? In fact, 86% of India's land mass is prone to one disaster or another. So whether it be heat wave or whether it be cyclones, and I think for the Navy, we are located on coasts, and with sea level rise, how prepared are we to deal with sea level rises? All our residences are along the coast as well, right next to the bases. So who's thinking about it is a question. And as I said, not just for India, it's also a question that other countries also need to be grappling with. So with those few sort of comments, I'm going to have the floor open for questions, discussions, comments, suggestions, thoughts. So over to anyone who wishes to. Yes, I see a hand there.
Jain sir, I'm Flight Lieutenant Anand from Headquarter Air Force Component. Sir, my question to Sri Gokhale is, defense diplomacy is considered as important tool of foreign policy. Considering the current capacity building and considering the economic condition of our country, we all uniform personnel might feel biased that the government needs to work more. But as in asking for an independent opinion, do you feel as a country are we doing sufficient in order to enhance our defense capability? Because it is indirectly leading to our soft power also. Often defense is considered as a hard power. However, if we consider the humanitarian assistance which we have done recently, it is an important tool of soft power diplomacy. So do as a country, are we doing sufficient or are we doing enough to consider those things or to enhance our capacity building?
Thank you for that. Are there other questions? We'll take a couple of questions which they can then sort of answer comprehensively, and then we can have another round of questions as well. So are there other questions? No questions? You know, I was once told that people in the armed forces are programmed that the minute you sit down and somebody is lecturing, you kind of switch off and go to sleep. So
No, I will
that's
raise a point.
yeah.
We often talk
Hand
about,
up.
sorry.
Sorry. Yes.
We often talk about the processes which we are now put in place. But when you go down to the field, the reality is that there is a lot of lip service which is being done to this particular thing. NDMA does do exercise at the state level now, It has come down to that. Even then, it is only at the top level. I think there is a need for us to go down and do a lot of exercise with the community, because like you said rightly, that the first responders of the community, there have been initiatives done, but in your own experience, now that you have been working with NDMA on this, what are the further steps that we are looking at enhancing this particular aspect? That is one. And secondly, what I also, with my limited interaction on this subject, what I realized is that most of the bureaucratic setup are not aware of the processes which are involved. I'll give you a simple example that we had a fire recently, and I was told that we need assistance in terms of firefighting effort. I said absolutely there is no problem, but there is a financial angle to it, and we need to put this. Somebody needs to sign, and believe me, the fire died on its own. The signature never came. So there is a need for making this awareness right across the spectrum. So I'm so sure that you will probably be add on to this.
The human there in our HADR component, which is primarily the people from the armed forces. I think that in some ways, what both of you said, is our biggest asset. And I'm not saying this for the sake of unnecessary cheering party sort of thing. I did an interesting exercise. We attended a 10-day course in NDC Sweden. It was a course in crisis management. Now it's an international course, and it's interesting to see how our approach, the Indian approach, to, for example, committing people to crisis situations is very, very different from many of the, let's say, more advanced countries. In that exercise, lots of people from the West said, no, we'll have to ask our national parliament, I'll have to get this authorization from the topmost bosses to even commit a company or something. So when I said, that in our country, we don't have to go, the Prime Minister can authorize, he doesn't have to go through such tortuous legislative processes. Or secondly, costing. I think one of the things that he said, our footprint of our soldiers is very austere. Again, I'm saying this not in a way, we've seen that in Africa, even in the peacekeeping missions. I think our footprint, we don't really want an ice cream with every meal. So the kind of costing that we do for any such missions is far less, though there is a counter criticism that we should do more in that. So I think the human element that we bring in terms of skills and the Indian soldiers' ability to mediate and be a good negotiator on at ground zero, I think that's also some of the things that count a lot to providing us certain equities when it comes to HADR. So in all these technical things, one of the things is our manpower or women power in this case continues to be consistently good. Human power continues to be consistently good. Gender neutral. I have to be gender transformative, sir.
I think I'm very glad that we have at least learnt a new language. So we become more mindful and careful. So fantastic. I'm delighted with that. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, so the naval term now is workforce, ma'am. We don't use manpower, woman power. It is workforce. So, ma'am, my question is to both the panelists. Yesterday, the CDS spoke about theaterization. And he mentioned that Andaman Nicobar is the template which was seen for this. We have seen what happened in 2004. We have seen the joint response of the 4 branches of the military in the Andamans. And today you have both spoken about the Indian military and their HADR capabilities. And obviously you have a long view from Delhi. You are at the heart of what is happening. So could you just elaborate on how you see theaterization changing the way we do HADR? From what you know about what is going to happen, how will this affect our capabilities? What are the pluses and what are the minuses you see? And how should the military prepare for this? Thank you, sirs.
Great question. I think we will have responses and then we'll once again open up if time permits. So, yes, please.
Okay, the first question about are we doing enough in defense? Well, that can have both responses. We are not doing enough, we are doing enough. But I think on balance, given the country that we are, yesterday I think this term was used that we are by Gautam, I think, that we are a rich country but poor people. In that context, I think what is being given to the military, the budget that is allocated, is sufficient. Desirable, not desirable. You want more. Certainly, the military will always want more. Every segment of the government wants more. So, really can't do. But you also mix this question with defense diplomacy. I think defense diplomacy is not just about reaching out to countries or having a defense attache or a military attache in different countries, but also the soft power that we extend without any effort when we go and when the Indian Armed Forces go and extend help in disaster time. I think that itself is a good soft power. Certainly, the numbers of DAs have also increased of late. There is enough attention being given to that. But in terms of budget, if you're asking me in terms of finances, we could do little more. But to expect, as some veterans and some service people say, members say that we should have a 3% of the GDP, we tend to ignore sometimes that the GDP has also grown. It's not the old GDP, it's the GDP is also grown. So 2% or 2.5% of GDP is also given you sufficient, money. Of course, you have to manage it better in terms of squeezing the timelines of acquisitions, of maintenance. But that's a different subject we are getting into. So I would think on balance, Government of India is, and remember, 13% of the union budget goes into defense services. If you are aware, if you see the annual budget of the Government of India, now maybe it's about 11.5%, but normally 13 to 12.5 to 13% of the budget of the allocation that is given annually comes to the defense forces. Second largest. The first, interestingly, is servicing the debt and loans that Indian government has. Please go and look at the budget and then you will get the reality on that. So that's where it is. But to talk about human element, what Sinkan was saying, I think the NDMA has a task on hand. It needs to do much more than what it is doing right now. Not just training or reorienting the government agencies or arms, but also people, like you said, not just NGOs, but people at the grassroots level. I would think even media needs to be empowered and educated, because most of the people in media at the district levels and the state levels have no idea about how these things function, and they tend to intrude. I've tried to do something with UNICEF when I was in the Northeast. We did a reorienting the journalists for sensitive issues. We had done something in, between 2001 and 2004. And it really changes the mindset if you do workshops for them. So I think it needs to have a multi-pronged approach for taking it down to the grassroots. Just expecting the military to do it or the state government to do it is not enough. We need people participation, and the awareness, spreading the awareness comes naturally to the media if it is used correctly. Now that also needs training on both sides. See, often the military concentrates on training its own personnel on how to handle the media, which I am also a major part of. But we don't have a mechanism to reorient and train the media in these issues. I need to have this everywhere. I think all commands need to do it at their level, which I've been recommending for a long time, but hasn't happened. But that's my failure. And I think Shrikant's point about the Indian soldier, airman or air warrior and sailor or workforce, as Prashant has said, is absolutely relevant. I mean, they've never questioned. I mean, look at World War I onwards, how the Indian soldier has performed and delivered. I think there's no doubt about that. I think that is the strongest point that the Indian military has, or the Indian soft power has. Now, the crucial question of theaterization. I have no idea what the progress is, but I hear a lot of meetings, a lot of conferences about jointness, about integration. And I've been told that the journey is taking the steps, first steps, and few steps going forward. So first it's jointness, then it's about integration, then creating some joint structures on logistics and maintenance. That is the kind of thing. So I don't know the timelines. And what I know informally, of course, is the political decision is awaited. And how will it play out in terms of establishment of the theatres or theatre commands, joint theatre commands as they are called? I'm not sure, because all of you will have better idea than me that how it's going to function. If ANC is the template, then certainly we have a ready-made model to follow. But will that be applicable to, say, the Northern Command, where only Air Force and Army will be involved? Or if you have a maritime command, how does it function? I don't know. But certainly the government has given a mandate. Now, what are the timelines? I have no clue, but it will have a, I think, I would say a positive effect in terms of what you can do in terms of combat effectiveness. That's the key. And if structures are sort of thought about very well, then probably it will happen. But disaster relief or HADR will always get better leg up as far as theatres are concerned, because ultimately it will be the command and control structure that will deliver. That's what I want to say. Yeah.
I'll just respond to, I think, all the questions. This question on the, soft and hard power. I think yesterday, Ambassador Vijay Gokhale made this point of increasing the budget of the external affairs ministry, and India is not doing enough. I would, though Nitin mentioned that our attaches are going up, but in my opinion, a lot more needs to be done. And I think both, like the whole of government approach in terms of the foreign service and the military and all, we can be much more proactive, and this can only happen if the budget is increased. If you look at the soft power part as far as HADR is concerned, I think in terms of assets, we are probably much better off today than we were a few years ago, with the C-130 and C-17 and Chinook and all these assets. But as far as hard power is concerned, I have a view that I think the government can do more in terms of increasing the expenditure, on this Atmanirbharta thing, whatever is happening. But as far as hard power and capability is concerned, definitely there is a lot more that can be done, in my opinion, and it's my personal opinion. This Sinkan made about awareness at the lowest levels in community interaction is very valid. But the way we are in our country structured, we always respond to disasters. So if you look at the ANC, you'll find that the awareness is more at the community level because the tsunami struck in 2004. If you look at the western coast of India, Gujarat area, because the Bhuj earthquake happened, the awareness is more. But what happens is that the memory is short, and over a period of time, this declines. And what the NDMA is doing yesterday, General Hasnain made this point of the Apta Mitra app and all. It's a good initiative. I mean, I think he mentioned some 300 crores was spent to develop this app. But I think the awareness of people down below definitely needs to increase, and this has to be a part of the curriculum at the school level and the college level and all, to teach children that this is what can happen and this is what we need to do. So this again requires a whole of government approach, right, top down. And regarding the bureaucratic processes, I think something that we are living with, in terms of our effort that the Air Force does for, national calamities and cyclone and flood relief and all, you'll find that, you have bills which are unpaid, which go back years. I think ACS TNH is here. Maybe he can tell us more about this issue. The last point on this, what Prashant Tandu made on the theaterization, in my opinion, if and when you have a theatre command, obviously the response is going to be integrated across the three services, and from the defense crisis management group, it will flow down to the theatre commander, and not have the DGMO, DGNO and all of the three services. So obviously the response to a humanitarian disaster is going to be much faster and swifter. I don't see any negatives of cons of this. It will only be better. That's
Thank you very much. Are there
Ma'am, may I, ma'am?
more questions or response? Yeah.
This is regarding the Disaster Management Act 2005. So I would like to ask the panel, ma'am, we keep talking about last in, first out, but actually leads to first in, last out as far as the armed forces are concerned. So why not have it in the act itself? Why not have it as a first responder? Institutionalize it so that, you know, all laws, rules, preparedness, all things take priority.
I know that the answer.
2, 3, whatever number. Any other question? We can take them together. Yes.
Hello. Ma'am, I'm Commodore Jasveer Singh. I'm Commodore Superintendent of the Yard. I don't have any particular question. I just want to share my experience. I was on board a ship, INS Brahmaputra, in 2006 when Op Sukoon happened. I am recalling that because Mr. Gokhale just mentioned. So I thought I'll just share my experience because actually we were deployed for around 2 months for something called as, OSD it's called. It's basically you're deployed for a couple of months. So we were deployed in Mediterranean Sea, and we were like coming back. We I think went in early June, 7th of June 2006. We sailed out, and June, July we were supposed to be there, and July we were coming back when this war between Israel and Lebanon it happened. And in fact, we had again crossed back, and we were on this side of the Suez Canal. And that is the time our fleet commander was there with us. There were 4 ships. So we got these orders, and immediately a fleet commander called all the captains. And we were told to again go back and evacuate the Indians, Nepalese, and Bhutanese from Lebanon. So now what I want to bring out is how our, because it's my first hand experience, how beautifully we adapt. We were like deployed for something else, and the war broke out between these 2 countries. So immediately that role conversion or role changeover. So can you imagine the same crew, which was like out for 2 months. So we had to now take all the citizens of India. So we did the role of security, immigration, then the check-in, the way, to check we check in at the airport. All that we did. And then we managed to get all these Indians on board. They were like ladies, babies in arms, old people and all. So the ladies and kids, they were put inside the ship, and all the gentlemen were put on the hello deck. We were carrying 2 helicopters also, one big one and one medium size. So the big helicopter was put in one of the hello hangars. The second was put on the hello deck. And we managed to evacuate, I think, thousands of Indians on these 4 ships for a couple of days. And finally, we came back in the month of August. What I'm trying to bring out is the way we, I think, military or our Indian Navy, the way we adapt ourselves and the role conversion which we do. And I thought I'd just share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for recounting that. Any other thoughts, comments, suggestions, ideas?
I just want to build on what Nitin raised, the need for commands to do. I give you an example of what was done in when I was SASO in training command. It just coincidentally that the chief forest conservator came and met us, and he was discussing this forest fires which takes place in Karnataka. So I asked him, I said, what do you expect out of us? And then he said, give me 1 day, I'll come back to you. The next day when he came back, he said, actually, we don't know what we wanted to do. But we did an exercise, which is to identify all possible landing sites, all possible water points, and so that you know that if tomorrow when a fire breaks out, you know exactly where to go. And we also said what we expect from the administration. So the DCs were given instructions that when the helicopter comes in for this is what you expect to do. You need at times refilling. So the IOC comes into IOC or whichever refilling, they come into play. So an SOP was made for only that aspect. So thereafter I spoke to the Chief Secretary and I suggested that why don't you build this as a template and take it forward. Here at ANC, what we have also done is we have identified that we have all islands, and there is no, communication is our biggest challenge. So we are identifying landing sites. We are identifying both by drop zones or helipads where it is not existing, where we need to create. at least the process have kick-started. And I think we need to build on this. And this has to be done as a template right across the nation. This is my suggestion.
Very true, and thank you for that suggestion. Any more questions, observations? We have time, that's why. Okay, I think now you can.
No, so what Nitin Sate said about including the armed forces in the act, I think that's a, if I can use the strong word, no-brainer. Why hasn't it been done? Is it intergovernmental rivalry, intergovernmental reservations? I am not sure. But irrespective of that, the armed forces are doing what they are doing. So if you want a legal mandate, I'm not sure if you are sort of hinting at that. But the armed forces don't need a legal mandate really, because they already have it, like it was pointed out by Marshal Golani about the constitutional obligation. So I think that maybe what we need to do is to, and what the government needs to do is to have smoother payment of outstanding bills between different arms of the government, where you, for years, you don't get paid. I mean, the armed forces don't get paid from the state governments. But that's a procedural and a bureaucratic problem that, I can't really see answers to, really, in that sense. What was the other question or the observation? I think your observation is absolutely correct. Every state must have this SOPs done for, and every state has a peculiar problem. I mean, you can, so there's a drought thing in Maharashtra, for instance, in Marathwada or Vidarbha. Or if you look at Assam, I mean, I'm amazed. Every year I've seen those years when I was in Assam that inevitably there'll be floods in June and July. 3 million people affected, 4 million people affected. But invariably there will be delays in calling in the army. The state government is not able to decide when to call the army. Why can't they have it, sort of SOP there is always the question that I have asked. Now I don't know whether it's changed. I have not gone back there to report. But that is the apathy that is there, that we'll see. Like, I think you made the point that that we react rather than be proactive. I think that cultural change has to come, that we have to be proactive and prepared, which the armed forces do all the time. Maybe that needs to be inculcated in the other segments of the society as well as in the government.
I think this, responding to Nitin's question of including the armed forces, I don't think that is necessary, because the NDMA has created the NDRF battalions, and this is their primary task. And if you look at the armed forces, the primary task is not disaster management. So the moment you put this in the NDMA, the role of armed forces, I don't think that's a wise idea. They need to raise more NDRF battalions which are locally outsourced, and they are from that region and from that area where they're deployed, and who are probably aware of the lay of the land, terrain, everything and all, and who can respond better, and their community interaction with the people over there is going to be much stronger. The other issue that Sinkan mentioned on this, I think there is apathy. The armed forces will always respond whenever the requirement comes. But we have this institutional mechanism of a civil military liaison conference and all. I remember when I was AOC Mao, we used to have this with the chief secretary in Maharashtra. But invariably, what happens in these civil military liaison conferences is you're only discussing land issues, Basically, either land, there's land, there's some problem, or law and order. But I think there needs to be a greater response from the civil administration to, make SOPs like probably you did in Karnataka and you're doing over here. And this is a proactive approach that I think we all need to take. And when I say we, it is not only us; it includes the civil administration as well.
Thank you for that. I'm going to sort of close by a couple of quick observations and responses from my side for what it's worth. I started doing sessions. I was invited once we set up the School of Disaster Studies, also by the Armed Forces. We were called in. I was called to speak at the CNW. And as part of the lecture, I set up a debate about the role of armed forces and I think the whole question that should we be involved or should we not be involved? So this goes back to 2006, and I've been educated in a big way from this debate and this discussion. And I think the general view is this, that yes, we definitely need to respond to a crisis situation when we are called in. It's part of our constitutional duty and so on and so forth. However, the reality also is that very often the armed forces are extremely stretched. So their resources are stretched, their personnel is stretched. And now if we look at the number of disasters that we are facing, should armed forces be the first responder is a question. And I think, as rightly pointed out, we now have the NDRF, which actually we wear on our sleeves, and we say sort of, this is something that that's the huge contribution of the NDMA. So I think when the tsunami happened, of course, we didn't have a Disaster Management Act, we didn't have the NDMAs and so on. The other thing is that we forget that disaster management is a state subject. Now, the question is, why is it that we don't expect enough from the police force? We are constantly talking about the armed forces and now the NDRF, but why is it that we kind of don't expect as much from the local police force? Are we doing enough of training? Are we doing enough of coordination? Are we making them more aware? So I think there is in my opinion, personal opinion, that there's an abdication of responsibility when we say that call in the armed forces and so on and so forth. So I think if we want to be disaster ready, and if we want to be prepared and we want to work on mitigation, much more work needs to happen within the civilian administration. So I think the big push, of course, the Apda Mitra and all of that is happening, but the big push really also has to come from this understanding that everything, all our decisions need to be aware of the fact that should a disaster occur, how is this decision going to be impacted? We are behaving as if business as usual in all our decisions, whether it is all kinds of development decisions, all kind of infrastructure development and so on. So I think there is a lot that needs to happen. The other question that I want to sort of respond to is this whole business of civil-military coordination. I think we talk a lot about civil-military coordination, but coordination is necessarily challenged in all disaster situations, and disasters by definition are chaotic. Yeah, it is something where there is going to be chaos. So I don't think we can make protocols for anything and everything and expect that chaos will not prevail. Chaos will be there. And I think as people from the armed forces, I think they're extremely well trained to bring in order and systems in place and respond in a certain manner, and things will go wrong. I mean, we may not be the best in what we do, but I think we definitely do the best that we can. Now, the question is, can we do better? And I think that discussion, so I feel that it's important also not to kind of beat our chest and say that, well, we didn't do this, that, and the other, but sure, we need to do more, but we need to also be able to recognize that there are limitations of a given situation and bring sort of the idea of the state response and what's happening at the state, like the Simcan mentioned. I think more work needs to happen at that level. And the other element also is that the states have capacity, it's called Capacity Development and Mitigation Fund under the latest Finance Commission. So today the states are flush with money, which they need to compulsorily use for disaster mitigation and preparedness and capacity building, and they don't know what to do because it's a new thing. So I think somewhere some of these newer developments need to be institutionalized. A lot of states are coming to us saying, please help us understand what is it that we are supposed to do. We have state disaster management authorities. We are supposed to have state institutes of disaster management. So are we doing enough out there? How active are they? How proactive are they? How seriously are the states looking at their disaster management authority? You constitute an authority and nothing is happening out there. So I think in terms of work that needs to happen, definitely a lot needs to be done. And I think this whole arena of coordination and work with civil administration, and I also recognize that there are limits to how much you can sort of go out there and train with local authorities and so on and so forth. So on that note, I'm going to wrap up and Thank you very much for this lively discussion and also questions, experience sharing, and of course, thanks to the wonderful panel which sort of brought us to some of the larger issues and recognizing historically how the role of HADR has evolved within the country. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, speaker and moderator. May I request you all to kindly take your seats in the audience? On the morning of 26th December 2004, Little Andaman Island was caught unawares as a tsunami wave surged over the island. Among the stranded survivor was a young, expectant mother, Mrs. Lakshmi, and her family. They were rescued by Ines Gharial on December 29. As Ines Gharial navigated the turbulent waters, Lakshmi gave birth to a baby girl on board. The crew named her Glory, symbolizing hope and resilience amidst adversity. With the consent of Lakshmi and her family, the Indian Navy adopted baby Glory, pledging to support her and her family. Her story is a celebrated event for Ines Gharial and her crew, reminding everyone of armed forces' role, not just in defending the nation, but in touching lives and creating a legacy of hope. May I now request Miss Glory to please come up on stage and share her experience.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Zoe. Today I am going to tell you all about my life. As the tsunami wave surged over the island, the Indian Navy sprang into action, deploying ships to rescue and evacuate those stranded in the disaster aftermath. Ines Garyal, a naval ship, became a beacon of hope for hundreds of terrified families. On December 29, 2004, my mother, along with my family, was among those evacuated aboard the ship. As Ines Garyal navigated through rough seas, the unthinkable happened. My mother went into the labor. The crew, untrained in The crew, untrained in midwifery but filled determination, rallied around her with medical assistance from the ship, doctor, and the support of her fellow evacuees. My mother gave birth to me amidst the crashing waves and howling winds. The crew named me as a glory, symbolizing hope and resilience amid adversity. Story of glory, dramatic birth spread quickly through the Navy. The commanding officer of Ines Garyal took a personal interest in me, seeing me as a symbol of the Navy mission of service and protection. With the consent of my mother and my family, the Indian Navy adopted me in spirit, pledging to support me and my family in rebuilding our lives. Once the evacuation was complete, my family was resettled in Hudbay Island, where they began a new Ines Zerva, the naval base at Port Blair, assumed the role of guardians, ensuring me and my family were well cared for. Over the years, the Indian Navy remained a steadfast presence in my life, celebrating my milestone and providing education support. Me grew up with a sense of purpose inspired by the story of my dramatic birth, the unwavering support of the Navy. Me excel in my studies, displaying a natural aptitude for problem solving and technology. Now, in my early 20s, I am pursuing a honor degree in computer science at Jainaram College in Sri Vijayapuram. My dream is to become a naval officer and one day help the community in the same way as I was helped. I share a great bond with Indian Navy as an extended family. My story is celebrated at naval events, reminding everyone of the naval role, just in defending the nation but in touching lives, creating a legacy of hope. For the residents of Bay and the crew of INS Garyal, Glory's name will forever resonate as a symbol of resilience born amidst the waves. My ambition is to become a naval officer after I pursuing my degree. I want to serve the country and I am proud to become a part of the Indian Navy. At the end, I want to say that dream it, believe it, achieve it. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Ms. B. Glory, you are a part of us. We thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us today, and we wish you all the very best for your future. I now request the speakers and moderator to kindly join us on stage. I request Commander-in-Chief Andaman and Nicobar Command to kindly come on stage and felicitate the speakers, moderator, and Ms. B. Glory. Air Vice Marshal Anil Golani. Shri Nitin Gokhale. Professor Janki Andharia. Ms. B. Glory. I now request everyone for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. I request you all to kindly take your seats in the audience. I request all senior officers, guests, and distinguished speakers to proceed for tea through the exit to your left. I would request everyone to be seated by 1000 for the next session. Thank you.
Moving on to the last session for the dialogue. The Indian Ocean region is prone to various natural disasters such as cyclones, tsunamis, and earthquakes, which can have a devastating impact on the coastal communities. Effective HADR capabilities are essential for saving lives and supporting recovery efforts. The next session, we will examine the regional architecture for HADR, including key institutions and frameworks. Using opportunities and organizations such as the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium and power of the media, we can collectively enhance regional cooperation and responses to natural disasters in the Indian Ocean region. The panel of speakers for the fifth session includes Deputy Inspector General P.B. Mandal, Commander M.C. Chandeep, and Shri Shiv Arur. The session will be moderated by Commodore Shrikant Kesnoor. May I now request all speakers and moderator to kindly come on stage. I now hand over to Commodore Shrikant Kesnoor to introduce the speakers and progress the session.
Can you hear me at the back? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good to be back here again. Now, if I were to extend Nitin's analogy of batting on the second day and the problems that you have, then it gets even worse when you are the last session, because probably everything that had to be said has been said. But the last session here, unlike the cricketing equivalent, doesn't have tail enders who are all at sea. Of course, some of Indian tail enders are better than the main batting force, but that's a different question. So instead of the standard tail enders, we got three stalwarts here. So I'm sure they will further explore the themes that have come out in the last day and a half. Now, some of the key things that emerged during the discussions were one of the kind of spoken, semi-spoken issues was, does too much of an emphasis on HADR and associated factors dilute the combat efficiency of the armed forces? I think that was sort of said and left hanging in first session. The second question also related to what are the sort of competencies and associated collaterals that you needed to create if you wanted to be involved in HADR. That is not enough for the armed forces themselves, but what are the other things that you need to sort of hoist and take on board? So some of those questions will probably seek to be answered during this session. And this session, I think, has again a very, very interesting mix of speakers. Now, one of the things that is very necessary, I think what Nitin Gokhale brought out clearly is, when did this transformation happen? Or he sought to ask, when did this transformation in the armed forces happen, that from it being one of the things we did, now it's come to be seen as an enshrined aspect of our duty. And while it gives us certain advantages, there are also other issues. So when did this transformation to armed forces being seen as a distinct HADR providing entity come? I'll seek to answer some of that in my initial remarks for a couple of minutes. And then I will focus on what each of the speakers is going to bring to the table. So, of course, when did the transformation happen? It's moot. But armed forces, Indian armed forces have always been doing HADR. As I bring out one of the instances, earliest instances of the Navy doing it was the erstwhile INS Delhi in Trincomalee in 1949. In the British East Indies headquarters, there was a huge fire in their building, and it was the INS Delhi crew that went and put out that fire and got a lot of kudos because, you know, the combined British and Sri Lankan force there, it was not sufficient for them. So it was the INS Delhi that went, which happened to be in harbor then. So it's part of it. If you see naval history, and I'm sure the same would be for Army and Air Force, it's been continuously happening. But one of the things we fail to recognize in our historical journey is what kind of organizational changes made it possible. And I think as far as Navy is concerned, the inflection point was both the tsunami and immediately after that in 2006, 5, 6, under Admiral Arun Prakash as the Chief of Naval Staff, you set up these organizations, Directorate of Foreign Cooperation, Foreign Liaison, Strategy, Transformation. So that actually ushered in a kind of thinking. It brought in these aspects into your doctrinal and conceptual issues, and thereafter you could build up capabilities along the way. We're still not there yet, but I think historically that was a good inflection point as far as Navy coming to be recognized for this role was concerned. Probably they would be similar in case of other two services. But what are the things that you need to be a good HADR providing entity? To my mind, three things. One is creating a set of critical competencies. The second is building up coalition with other countries who have these competencies in certain varying scale to move from critical competencies to critical collective competencies. And third is, of course, to reach out to people to tell that tale, to disseminate that tale. Now, in case of DIG Mandal, our first speaker, he brings in a whole lot of these critical competencies. His CV is very impressive. You've read it. He's commanded 5 ships, including the 2 largest OPVs, Sarang and the other one. But more importantly, if you see his CV, he has been involved in a range of issues, whether it is anti-smuggling, whether it is salvage operations, whether it is flooding, firefighting. He has been in the forefront of all those operations. So can you see, and then of course, you had this huge record drug, capture just recently under his watch. So he brings in a set of competencies that look at HADR from a very critical angle. Welcome to the panel. Commander Chandi, young officer, 110th course NDA, particularly someone I'm fond of. He's long sea, so we tend to be clannish, you know that. So he's a long sea officer, and first time I got acquainted with him when he was editing the Signal School Journal. But then he has done a range of appointments, including Fleet Amphibious Officer in the Eastern Fleet, who also is de facto Fleet HADR Officer, and Fleet EW and Communication Officer thereafter, and then went on to command ships, and now he's in Naval Headquarters in the Directorate of Foreign Cooperation, looking after IONS. So he will talk about how we get other countries in this collaborative collective effort as far as HADR is concerned. Shiv Arur, I'm sure, needs no introduction. He's already been here yesterday. The thing I like is that for once the media person is pinned on the mat. He is on the other side and not asking questions, but probably responding to them, hopefully responding to them. But where Shiv comes in is in the 2 stories that we heard last couple of days of Meghna and Glory. And I'm sure in some way you will agree that much more than all our seminars, I mean with no disrespect at all to what we're doing, this human interest story sells above everything. I mean, these 2 stories tell the story of Tsunami far more than any book or thesis or something like that. Again, I say with no disrespect to all those efforts. And why? Simply because your efforts have to intersect with public culture or public consciousness, and that is done by media. Right? Why did that Satinder Bindra go there after tsunami, and his was the voice that was heard. So if he said Americans are doing a great job, then they are doing. If he said B is not doing a great job, they're not doing, irrespective of what happens on ground. It needed a French journalist to tweet about Indian Alouette helicopters of the Indian Navy in Mozambique for the world to take note of what this workhorse was doing. Right? So ultimately, our storytellers are the people in media. And you need that critical part to complete the third leg of the triangle. Shiv Arur will speak about the media in HADR. Of course, like I said, he needs no introduction. Stephanian, you see him frequently on television. He's been in Andamans reporting on the tsunami as a young reporter, made a mark as a defense journalist, and much more. And his show Live Fist, very reputed. I think one of the other things, Shiv, you could also take in is that the problem is not so much sensational reporting by the media. We take that as our occupational hazard. But very frankly, that lot of media reportage about the Fauj sucks, And since Nitin and you are excellent and honorable exceptions to that, who know a lot about Fauj, how can media's awareness of the armed forces also be a little better? If you can try and put that in your talk, we'll be grateful. So with those kind of opening remarks, I leave it to the panelists. The same rules. Both of you have about 20 minutes. He has 25 minutes because I've given him one additional job. I'll give you a bell after 18 minutes each. Right? So, Diyaji Mandal, all yours. Not a bell, it's a light.
May I have the permission to commence my presentation, having been a first responder on Ground Zero 20 years back? Thank you, sir. Air Marshal Saju Balakrishnan, AVSM, VM, Commander-in-Chief, Andaman Nicobar Command, flag officers, distinguished veterans, observers from friendly foreign countries, eminent speakers, eminent guests, guests from the media, colleagues, and my dear friends. In my 32 years of service, with 19 years C appointment, I hold first responder memoirs at Port Blair during tsunami as my most challenging and satisfying operations. And I'll touch upon it during the course of the presentation. I also thank our renowned moderator for the overwhelming words of appreciation during the introduction. I start with a quote from Sri Ronan Sen, the 21st Indian ambassador to
In the meanwhile, one of the things that, my apologies, DIG Mondal, one of the things that I forgot to mention, and the main thing is that in the 2004 tsunami, he was involved in picking up a lot of people from the islands here and evacuating them. So I forgot to bring that in, but I think this gives me a good opportunity. Maybe I engineered this tech problem so that
Thank you, sir. I start with a quote relevant to the HADR topic from none other than Sri Ronan Sen, the 21st Indian ambassador to the United States during the time of tsunami. I quote, "Our job was not to compete with anyone or make political points at a critical time, but to mount search and rescue operation. Our first and foremost thought, our motivation was to rescue people. When someone is sinking in water, you rush to help. You think later." Unquote. Vasudev Kutumbakam, Arthat, the world is one and we are one big family. As we have all converged from India and littoral nations of our Indian Ocean region across borders and ocean here at Dupika for the seminar, we represent that one big family gathered for the noble cause of HADR mission. Together, we shall overcome all challenges as the headquarter ANC motto states, Sange Shakti. My talk aims to undertake clinical analysis of India's first response capability for IOR littoral nations in HADR mission. I shall propagate my talk over the next 20 minutes on the following. I'll correct it to 18 minutes as requested. On following subjects, I'll quickly breeze through the points which have been covered by my earlier speakers. India's capability as a first responder in HADR mission, particularly in the ANN region, littoral nations in the Indian Ocean region, has been significant in global geopolitics, balancing humanitarian objectives with emerging concepts like humanitarian diplomacy and soft power. Operations like the Ops Madad, Ops Sea Waves, Ops Rainbow during tsunami of 2004 in India, Maldives, Sri Lanka, Indonesia. Ops Vaccine Maitri during COVID-19 across the globe. Ops Sagar Araksha during major oil pollution at Mauritius and Sri Lanka highlight India's robust capability in disaster management, response, and international aid. India assisted other regional navies in disaster mitigation efforts, and HADR profile has expanded from being a recipient of aid to a proactive donor and global leader. India's role in humanitarian assistance emanates from its strategic thinking and cultural ethos. The national disaster management design is highly decentralized and federal, with various stakeholders at play. The enactment of Disaster Management Act 2005 has effectuated a shift from response-centric approaches to holistic and integrated approach. The structure of disaster management predominantly involves civil authorities. Reliance on Indian armed forces becomes indispensable in most cases. Lately, civil society has also started pitching in. Some of the vulnerabilities of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, being remotely located in the Bay of Bengal, are enumerated as shown on the slide. With respect to the geographical location of broken chain of about 836 islands, seismicity of ANI region being placed at vulnerable tech zone 5, which is the highest. Active volcanic arc near Barren Island. Tsunami vulnerability post-earthquake. The 26th December 2004 earthquake was the strongest at 9.0 Richter scale, resulting in tsunami causing massive destruction. Disaster response mechanisms are well drafted, rehearsed through mock drill frequencies, and have been proven for its efficacy. The logistic and rehabilitation support during and post disaster management depends on the mainland supplies chain, where an inherent delay and other likely problems may occur due to the management matrix. Safe evacuation of people poses a big challenge, and trained first responders will play a critical role, especially in the remote islands. Within the window of opportunity or the golden hours, to effectuate safe evacuation. The Directorate of Disaster Management as well as State Emergency Operations Center SEOC has been established at Andaman Nicobar during 2009 and 10 with state-of-art communication facilities provided to them. The SEOC operates round the clock in coordination with 8 emergency operations center across the Union Territory, and post-evaluation of the authentic data with all concerned are shared to all the stakeholders. Under the NDMA guided Disaster Management Act 2005, following institutional arrangements are made by the Andaman and Nicobar administration under subsection 1 of the section 14, 20 and 25 of the Act. From the Union Territory level, district level, subdivision level and up to the Panchayat level, disaster management authorities are in place. When tsunami occurred, Andaman and Nicobar Islands and the administration and non-governmental organizations came together in a coherent manner for the interim relief of the affected people of the islands. The sudden disaster had no precedence, which took every agency by surprise as a national disaster. Synergized operation from all stakeholders helped recover the situation. The table shows the response time at various locations in India from major earthquake resulting from various neighborhood fault lines. The Indian Armed Forces has emerged as an instrument for promotion of India's strategic thinking. Indian Armed Forces respond to disaster through aid to civil authorities. Continuum of the as specified in the instructions of ACA 1970. The National Disaster Management Policy 2009 states that the armed forces are to pitch in when the coping capacity of the civil administration has been exhausted. Headquarter ANC, being the only joint command of India, has been established in 2001, replacing Fortan. This headquarters will be celebrating its silver jubilee soon and has come a long way in Quad Command operation in IOR with many achievements to its credit. And I happen to be here in my first appointment 6 months after the Sincan headquarters had been established. The headquarter ANC, under leadership of several dynamic Sincan and component commanders, have laid robust foundation for each of the 4 armed forces as synergized defenders and first responders of the nation from the Indian Islands for any challenges in the IOR and littoral nations. The success of Operation Madad, Operation Rainbow, some of the live testimony of the prompt HADR disaster management of tsunami undertaken by the Government of India immediately post tsunami of 2004, both in affected Indian coastal states as well as the littoral nations in our Indian Ocean region. Improvisation from each SOP lay the foundation for international joint operations and goodwill visit for interoperability in IOR and beyond. Several interesting and motivating stories have been recounted over the last 2 days, and I have some to add on at this point. I would like to dwell upon the actual 0 hours of tsunami 20 years back to give a glimpse of the complexity and situation of the first responder on ground zero at 0 hours at Port Blair when earthquake struck ANNI Islands. Each responder rose to the challenges against all odds for the humanitarian cause. Between 0700 hours to 0730 hours, the sheltered harbor had become like a war zone distress area. By 0740 hours, the Coast Guard District Management Cell was activated at Coast Guard Region Headquarters, Port Blair. In the afternoon, Headquarters ANC, ANN administration, and all meetings with all the stakeholders were held, and Coast Guard decided to send all the aircrafts and ships with them for HADR. On 26 December 2004, 0628 hours, I was the officiating commanding officer of ICGS Bikaji Kama at Port Blair. The ship was placed under AMP. AMP is assisted maintenance period, wherein ship is not in a position to sail. One of my engines was open for maintenance. And to top of it, the commanding officer, the technical officer, and the senior most technical sailors were all on Christmas weekend leave. And we had to sail the ship racing against time with limited team and against all odds. Lesson number 1, nobody is indispensable, but alternatives should be in place. The unprecedented earthquake shook us after Christmas night on Sunday, 26 December. Before we could settle from the shock and multiple earthquakes, we got message to rush to the ships. And we left our family and home right away. All ships sailed out one by one to the sheltered inner harbor, as the swell and waves was creating a situation very tense. Anchored ships were rotating around their anchored axis, and many of them were dragging anchors. The lonely AMP ship on jetty faced the worst situation with the COMSI on the jetty and Tsunami behind us. Lesson number 2, you can't fight nature, but you can professionally handle it. The ship's waterline had risen up to the level of the jetty, and berthing ropes were fully taut with the danger of parting, with the risk of grounding right ahead in the INWT area shallow patch. Or if we move out, we would be having plenty of Coast Guard and naval ships who are anchored right in our midst. A huge jetty crane fell down with one of the earthquakes and collapsed just near the ship. Just then, luckily, one of our engines started and we shot up like a bullet, giving hard starboard with a single engine casting off. We took a U-turn to clear shallow waters and maneuvered safely in restricted waters with almost 2 near misses with a Coast Guard and a naval ship, with plenty of them rotating wildly in the waves which are there coming in our route. And we made all announcements to hold on to a strong point. We could see what is coming in front of us, and we are helplessly moving at great speed. Touch wood, not a thing happened, and we safely went out. Lesson number 3, prepare for the best out of the worst situation and never lose hope. For the next 17 days, we gave our best to the mission and entered unknown, uncharted islands to rescue desperate marooned islanders, prioritizing injured, sick, elders, ladies, and children. We later dropped them, and including we picked up scientists, media, dignitaries by Gemini from their various positions. Meantime, ship was directed to sail at 1 hour's notice as soon as the tsunami got under control, and we were the first ship to return back. Headquarter ANC, CGRSQ ANN, INHS Dhanvantri, ANN administration brought in 12 tons of medicines, relief material on board, and we had to sail out immediately. Family men were rushed home in 2 batches of port and starboard, giving them 25 minutes each to just rush across, meet a family, and return back with a kit for a long deployment. In the entire operations, from 26 December 24 to 15th January 24, 1321 personals were saved, 2,600 personals were given first aid, 71 tons of ration was provided, 58 days of ships was engaged, 61 sorties by Dorniers and 42 sorties by helicopters are undertaken. Some of the disaster statistics are shown. We had kept the data of all the islands wherein what was the census of 1991 and 2001 and which all islands, how many people will be there. And accordingly, an estimated 30,000 people were homeless and an estimate of around 6,000 are estimated dead during the operations. Some of the statistics which has been shown. The Coast Guard during the period had made a report on the situations, and these are some of the photographs of the event wherein rule books were bypassed to ensure maximum people were rescued from uncharted areas, unknown areas by going through Gemini, and you can see the conditions. Left one is seen only the ladies and the sick elders, children were taken up, and people used to wade in, and there was no mode of communication. It was from a distant, we used to see with the binoculars where people are gathering and heading towards it. There was no mode of communication, there was no information, nothing was there, and throughout area we are going across island to island wherever we could see and collect as many people as possible. HADR is Armed Forces Forte, and all services are pressed in for the ops requirement, Pan India and IOR. The ladies organization of Defense Wife Welfare Association and all those four forces played stellar role in community outreach. The ladies organization came together to coordinate many morale boosting tasks for all the ladies who prefer to stay back and didn't rush to the mainland. Tough time teaches you many lessons and build your true character. Lesson number 7, ladies outreach plays a critical role in HADR morale management. The ground zero actual experiences and lessons learned during real-time tsunami relief operation has been passed on to all the units under command, as well as replicated during NDMA conducted tsunami mock drills for the implementation of UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready Recognition Program TRRP in the coastal states and union territories. Guidelines for the domestic facilitation of international disaster relief and initial recovery assistance, also shown as IDRL guidelines, are a set of recommendations to government on how to prepare their disaster laws and procedures for the common regulatory problems in international disaster relief operations with respect to the legislative state as nation, needs assessment, humanitarian principles, dignity and privacy, and goods and services. The principles of good practices and humanitarian donorship is guided on the emphasis on allocation of humanitarian funding in proportion and to the need as per the need assessment. The moment the involvement of international agencies complicates the ongoing relief operations by nations, humanitarian organization for the want of coordination. This aspect emerged as an important lessons being learned during disaster relief operation by US agencies in Japan after 2015 earthquake. The absence of a single point of contact was a major miss. The affected nation's sense of insecurity emanated from the ambiguous assertive intent by power-seeking nations are also being considered. The study of relief operation of US in Burma during Cyclone Nagris reveals that ongoing tensions between the Burmese junta and the United States resulted in fear and invasion by the military assets on HADR task. I'd quickly go through the recommendations. One is global cooperation for international legal framework under UN, standardized HADR guidelines drawing from the Oslo guidelines, regional integration, technological advancement, and military collaboration is suggested during the annual HADR exercises involving IOR militaries to enhance interoperability and preparedness. It is therefore incumbent upon all the nations in IOR and Asia Pacific nations to get along the institutionalized disaster management regime. I'll bypass the other one. The salient and key functionings of disaster response training and logistic center DTLC is another point of concern. Quality improvement of disaster response by assessment and evaluation, provision of logistic network, provision of training to relief, rehabilitation and development ops, public-private partnership framework, strengthening of local capacity, provision of transparency and predictability in relief response. And finally, to conclude, India has undoubtedly emerged as a potential leader in IOR and has proved its mettle as net security provider. In the last 2 decades, it has come a long way in terms of HADR preparedness and also posed itself well as a ever ready and first responder. On behalf of the Quad Command under Headquarter ANC, I assure the August gathering that Team ANC at the Emerald Islands are stood to at all times for any HADR challenges as per the NDMA guidelines and armed forces role and responsibility towards Indian Ocean region and the littoral nations. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, DIG Madad, for a wonderful first-person account and some good key takeaways. One of the delightful breadcrumbs that he dropped during his presentation was when he said that there the ship was on the jetty with the ComCG, his boss, on the jetty and the tsunami behind him. And he said, I wondered which was the bigger danger. And considering that the ship sailed out and did very well, I realized that who was the bigger danger. And now that you are in that similar position, I hope you're not, your subordinates are facing the same kind of danger. Chandeep, next, please give us the ION's perspective on HADR, handling that desk there. 20 minutes?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'm extremely privileged to be, as a young officer, to be talking in a gathering where such eminent personalities have spoken. But I also have a disclaimer that this talk may not be as interesting as what you have heard since yesterday, because I have no personal account to share. I'm going to be, my mandate given to me is purely little on a theoretical, or I would say, textbook topic which I have to cover. So spare with me for that. The Indian Ocean region has not been a highway of global trade, but it's also been a region where nature has often tested our resilience. Cyclones, tsunamis, and other natural disasters have reminded us of the fragile balance between our human ambitions and the environmental forces. To face such moments of crisis, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, or what's called IONS, as aims to emerge as a platform of action rather than just a platform for strategic discussions. I will briefly cover the ION's perspective of HADR towards enhancing maritime cooperation for effective disaster response. I have structured my talk around the following key points which are displayed on the screen. Before moving ahead, let me provide a brief overview of what IONS is. The Indian Ocean Naval Symposium represents a collaborative initiative that is aimed at fostering maritime cooperation among littoral states in the Indian Ocean region. It was established in 2008 and it's a voluntary initiative that provides an open forum for discussions on regionally relevant maritime issues with a strong emphasis on HADR. The forum has been pivotal in developing effective response mechanisms against natural disasters which are prevalent in the Indian Ocean region. The forum comprises of 25 members and 9 observers as flashed on the screen. The construct also comprised mainly of 3 working groups, one on HADR, one on maritime security, and a third one on information sharing and interoperability. The India is a co-chair with Iran in 2 working groups, that is on HADR and maritime security. That's the amount of interest and that we pay on the HADR in IONS. These working groups aim towards promoting collaboration, developing standardized operating procedures, and strengthening interoperability among member navies. The members of the IONS working group on HADR is as flashed on the screen. We have many friends from this working group who are present for the seminar here today. The recent events of natural disasters, including cyclones and tsunamis and floods, underscore the critical need for a robust HADR mechanism. The increasing frequency and intensity of such disasters necessitated a unified and coordinated approach to disaster response in the Indian Ocean region. No single nation can effectively manage these challenges alone. Therefore, collective efforts are definitely the way forward. While disasters response is primarily managed as a civilian function or supposed to be handled by civilian agencies, as it was brought out in many discussions before, the scale of recent calamities have demonstrated that the indispensable role that the military has to play, especially the Navy, in providing immediate relief and logistic support. Naval forces possess unique capabilities, including capability for rapid deployment, extensive reach, and specialized equipment, enabling them to deliver critical aid efficiently during emergencies. Their involvement have been extremely pivotal in recent disaster response efforts in the Indian Ocean region. As it has been vividly borrowed by many speakers here, the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami marked a watershed moment for even Indian Navy, reshaping its policies and operational practices to prioritize HADR as a core mission. The scale of disaster and the Navy's crucial role in relief operations prompted a systematic rethinking of the structure, capabilities, and strategic outlook. And it highlighted a certain gaps in the disaster preparedness and response, prompting India to strengthen its HADR mechanism at both national as well as, most importantly, at the regional levels. The lessons learned from tsunami transformed HADR into a formalized role alongside traditional maritime security and combat functions. These advancements strengthened India's position as a net security provider in the Indian Ocean region. Policies were redefined to incorporate HADR as a core operational function, addressing it as a non-traditional security challenge. Tsunami also revealed the need for rapid response, hence SOPs were developed to ensure preparedness and immediate deployment of assets. Naval ships also began pre-positioning relief materials such as food, water, medical supplies, portable generators, etc. HADR bricks ensured that every fleet unit was capable of disaster relief operations at short notice. Further, HADR scenarios were integrated into major naval exercises like tropics to enhance readiness and response capabilities. And ships deployed for mission-based deployments were made operationally ready for immediate HADR missions. The slide on the screen brings out the major HADR missions that the Navy has undertaken since tsunami in our friendly neighborhood. Special mention to the efforts during COVID-19 pandemic, where the Indian Navy demonstrated its adaptability and global outreach by providing vital support to nations along the Indian Ocean coast ensuring supplies and assistance reach those in need. These missions underscore India's commitment to regional stability and cooperation, strengthening bilateral ties and showcasing its role as the first responder in the region. Before we dwell into the HADR guidelines, which is under process for development for the IONS, let's first examine what makes the maritime forces effective and what are the key challenges. During HADR operations, as it has been observed and what we have gathered from various discussions during working groups is that the aid delivery has to align with the local customs and values to maintain goodwill and facilitate smooth operation. Effective coordination with civil agencies, NGOs, and local authorities is critical for aligning efforts and avoid duplication. Similarly, security remains a significant concern, especially in volatile and hostile environments. There's a need to prioritize the safety of both the recipients as well as the aiding personnel while ensuring that humanitarian principles are upheld. It is also crucial to assess the affected region's capacity to absorb and manage the aid that is being delivered. So resources must be tailored to match local infrastructure and logistical capabilities. And one of the most primary challenge is a breakdown of or disruption of communication infrastructure during disasters. In order to mitigate the challenges that were brought out earlier and to provide structured approach among ION member nations in situations such as tsunami, the ION's HADR guidelines were formulated. It is designed to ensure that all members have a common understanding of the principles and practices of HADR operations and mitigate challenges that were brought out earlier. The guidelines are getting refined further based on inputs from all member nations during various workshops and also from lessons learned from various HADR operations. While they are not legally binding, they help strike a right balance when disaster strikes. A few key aspects of these guidelines will be covered in subsequent slides. The guidelines establishes mechanism for HADR operation which involve several coordinated steps, starting with the affected nation communicating its need for help through ION's coordination center or directly to the assisting nation. Thereafter, the deployment guidelines are formulated respecting the affected nation's sovereignty and on mutual consent. A coordination center is set up, which is a central hub that manages deployment of forces, oversees operations, and ensures seamless communication between various nations. Further, a local coordination center is also set up on the ground, coordinating efforts with local authorities, NGOs, and relief teams. And once immediate relief is provided and local agencies are capable of taking over, the military assets withdraw. This mechanism ensures that assistance is provided efficiently, respecting international norms and the needs of the affected communities. A coordination center, as was explained earlier, is established to deal with all HADR issues. It would act as a link between affected and the assisting nations. Until establishment of a dedicated coordination center, the coordination task will be carried out by the ION Secretariat, which is presently in Thailand. A multinational force coordinator is expected to coordinate all actions. This is similar to the scene of action commander in an operation. The MNF coordinator could be nominated from the affected nation, which is most suitable, or a nation that is reacting earliest, or based on the capability and assets which have been deployed. However, command of the naval elements would continue to rest with the respective navies. A local coordination center, as was told earlier, should be established in the area of operation as an interface for all stakeholders. Proposed organizations are flashed on the screen. The disaster management has been divided into 4 sequential but not necessarily exclusive stages. The preparatory stage involves pre-disaster planning, risk assessment, capacity building, and training. It includes developing contingency plans, establishing communication channels, and coordinating with local authorities. The response stage begins when a disaster is imminent or has just occurred. Activities during this stage includes evacuating affected population, providing immediate medical aid and distributing essential supplies like food, water, and shelter. The sustenance stage includes efforts that are focused on restoring basic services and infrastructure. And lastly, the stabilization stage is a long-term phase which is not primarily a function of the forces, however, involves rebuilding communities, restructuring infrastructure, and eventually withdrawing. Towards conducting HADR missions, a few working guidelines have been churned out. Most of these guidelines are aligned with the discussion that were held across the sessions yesterday. Security is a cornerstone for HADR operations. Coordination with the affected nation authorities to ensure safety of aid teams and recipients, especially in sensitive and unstable regions. Effective crowd control is also critical to prevent disruptions and smooth ensuring of delivery of aids. The use of force is strictly avoided during HADR operations. However, in rare circumstances where law and order may break down, armed force personnel are deployed only with the approval of the assisting nation. Any action must adhere to the principles of necessity and proportionality, keeping the humanitarian focus intact. Seamless communication is essential to synchronize efforts. HADR operations thus rely on tools like satellite phones, portable radios, and internet-based platforms to ensure that continuous contact between ships, relief teams, and field teams are taking place. The rehabilitation should be conducted with concurrence of local administration. Work, particularly demolition, should ideally take place in the presence of local representatives to ensure transparency and alignment with the affected nation's needs. The aid delivery must focus on most vulnerable groups. The order of priority for casualty should be women and children first, followed by elderly, injured males, and finally the rest of the people who are there. The medical teams must operate under designated medical officer who will establish medical priorities and open triage and casualty centers within the relief camps. It is also very critical to manage the media interactions carefully. Only designated personnel, such as media liaison officer, should provide fact-based and accurate information to the media. This ensures the integrity of the mission and avoids misinformation. Clear communication is essential for successful aid delivery. Therefore, interpreters may play a crucial role in facilitating understanding between aid teams and local populations. When interpreters are unavailable, alternatives such as phrasebooks or translation apps may be used to bridge the language gaps effectively. The practical application of these guidelines is demonstrated and played out during various IONS maritime exercises and HADR workshops conducted periodically by the co-chair of the HADR working group. These workshops and training aids in building member nations' HADR capabilities, focusing on best practices and information sharing. This slide shows the activities that have been undertaken in the last 4 years alone, barring for the 2 years that COVID has eaten. India is scheduled to take over the chair of IONS from 2025 for a period of 2 years. As we chart our way ahead for HADR under IONS framework, some key focus areas that have been also identified to enhance preparedness and response capabilities. This includes strengthening regional cooperation to ensure shared responsibility and mutual support in HADR efforts. These have been continuously been done through various workshops and interaction between the working groups. Conducting regular multilateral exercises to enhance interoperability and operational readiness across member nations. The plans exist for conducting 2 major maritime exercises with a focus on HADR in 2026 and 27 under the chairmanship of India. Establishing a regional logistical hub with pre-positioned HAR supplies to allow for quicker and more effective response in times. And setting up a dedicated IONS coordination center for HADR, which will serve as a central platform to coordinate efforts, streamline decision making, and allocate resources effectively. Presently, the IONS secretariat of the respective chair looks after this function, but we are looking at establishing a dedicated IONS coordination center for HADR, which will ensure continuity in the effort that is being in progress. Integrating communication networks using Nishar, which is an indigenously developed terminal to ensure seamless and real-time information exchange during HADR operations. formulation of an HADR communication plan to provide a structured and coordinated approach to disaster response at all times, enhancing collaboration with other multinational constructs of the similar manner, like the Western Pacific Naval Symposium, and sharing experience, case studies, and lessons learned during IMEX, that's the IONS Maritime Exercise, and workshops to develop a repository of knowledge and improve strategies and avoid past challenges. ION's existing HADR working group would be more efficiently used to identify gaps, share best practices, and propose solutions. We also look at identifying the vulnerabilities of certain nations in our neighborhood towards extending timely support and assistance to ensure that no country faces a disaster alone. To sum up, it is very evident that in today's world we face high frequency of disasters. With their scale continually increasing, this widening gap requires immediate attention. Maritime forces, with their unique strengths, are ideally suited to address this gap effectively. Under the IONS framework, a unified common operational philosophy is essential. By integrating strengths, leveraging credible capability and capacity, and ensuring a swift, coordinated response, we can mitigate the impact of these disasters. And together we stand strong to face these challenges through unity, readiness, and a shared responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Chandip. You did it in 18. Wonderful. So nice of you. Now, one of the things that Commander Chandip highlighted was information operations. And there he brought out quote unquote dangers of misinformation. Now, that is a ghost that haunts the people providing HADR, particularly armed forces people. Now, whether that ghost is for real or it is more imagined by people in the forge. Also, his other statement that you must only give fact-based information sometimes hides the fact that if you give only fact-based information, which of course you must, but you end up telling rather dry and boring stories of interesting, dramatic incidents, because HADR is full of drama. And sometimes in being fact-based, you probably squeeze out the drama out of all that. But then there are better professionals to do that. So talking about how media sees HADR, how it would address HADR, and media's role in HADR, I don't think we can have anyone better than Shivarur. All yours. 25 minutes, bell at 22, the light at 22.
Good morning to you all. Thank you, sir, for that introduction. And as I always say in all my talks, when the journalist is given the last talk, we always either see it as a compliment or a curse. So we'll see how it goes at the end of it. My friend and senior Delhiwala, Gautam Chikarmane, had yesterday said that coming from Delhi, we've all experienced a bit of a lung shock. I can confirm that is true. After dinner yesterday at Nariyal Bagicha, I've developed a cough and a cold. So over lunch, if any of you smoke cigarettes, please blow some smoke in my face so I can feel at home. So one of the things I love about being a journalist is that I've never needed to make a PowerPoint presentation. So thank you very much, Andaman and Nicobar Command, for forcing me to learn a skill that I've spent my entire career running away from. And please advance apologies in case the PPT doesn't meet military specifications, because obviously if it did meet military specifications, I would be sitting among you, not standing up here. So apologies for that. And just one final disclaimer, I usually, when I give talks related to the media, I usually give an extempore speech, but today I've actually written it down in advance and printed it out because I'm aware that there are many pitfalls here. And when the Q&A session happens, I will be happy to clarify on many of those things. So please allow me to read out from this speech that I've prepared. Commodore Kesner, the points that you mentioned, all of those will be covered in the course of my speech, so don't worry about that. Okay, so the media's role in HADR operations, like I mentioned very briefly yesterday during my the moderation of that session, my career as a defense journalist literally began with an HADR operation. It began with the tsunami operations here in the Andaman Islands, and if I told you all very honestly about the various things I managed to do in the course of reporting the tsunami tragedy, I would have to be booked under the Official Secrets Act because many protocols were broken at that time. So even 20 years later, these things continue to be sensitive. But I will try and hint at some of those things, and maybe you will understand. And there are lessons in all of those things as well. So let me begin. I will take less than 25 minutes because I want to give a few minutes extra to the Q&A because I did interact with many officers here who had some questions, and I told them, let's talk about that over the Q&A. So good morning, everyone, once again, and thank you for hosting me here. As a lone TV media wala here, I have the thankless task, as always, of defending the media's role in HADR operations. But I will not be providing a defense. I'm going to leave it to you to decide what the lessons are, but I will keep the end part of this speech slightly prescriptive. No gyan, just some thoughts to leave all of you with. By the end of this address, I hope it will be clear that despite the many examples I'm about to take that actually disprove the point I'm making, I will persuade you that the media doesn't have to be a nuisance during HADR operations, including with misinformation, and very often is just the opposite of that, a force multiplier. Now, if you asked someone the basic question of what the role of media in humanitarian assistance and disaster response is, they would likely have an answer that goes something like this. Inform the public, shape public perception, influence aid efforts, and impact the lives of those affected. But when reporting isn't done thoughtfully, the consequences can be as disastrous as the event itself. And I'm going to show you some examples of that. It can endanger lives. We've seen examples of that. It can get people into a world of trouble. Believe me, I have been there. And actually much worse, it can result in actual death and destruction. As a journalist who's covered everything from floods to earthquakes to the 2004 tsunami to landslides and even a chemical leak, allow me to walk you through what I see are 10 key rules for responsible disaster reporting. And as always, think of these as rules which should convey what shouldn't be done. And I will also give you two examples. I've taken the pains to give you both an example from abroad and also one from India, because that is how widespread these examples are of the media's role in HADR operations. So without further ado, I shall illustrate with examples from across the globe, like I said, and right here in India. Rule number one, verify before amplifying. Okay, this is actually one of my favorite stories. During Hurricane Sandy in the United States, a viral news report claimed sharks were swimming through the streets of Manhattan. As you can imagine, people panicked over what turned out to be a photoshopped image of a toy shark. And it led to 3 days of mass hysteria, leading to a huge amount of congestion in one part of Manhattan, and it completely derailed aid and rescue efforts. Very similar example happened in Kerala as recently as 2018 during the big floods there. There was a similar fake news story claiming that crocodiles were roaming through residential areas. This false alarm spread fear and wasted valuable time that could have gone towards relief coordination. And I actually received a phone call from a friend of mine in the Navy who was a Sea King pilot saying that the local media is full of just this one story. For the last 8 hours, nothing has been on local media except the story of crocodiles roaming residential areas. And I am unable to get people to the platform from where I can winch them up and rescue them. So it genuinely actually derailed operations. Rule number two, and I'll go through these very quickly. Highlight aid, not just chaos. During the Haiti earthquake, and everybody remembers this, there was one outlet that sensationalized only the destruction. I'm not going to take the names of any organizations or journalists because many of these people are my friends. The latter inspired hope and donations because there was one story of a child who was using his bucket, and brigade to help. And this caused a viral sensation and a huge amount of aid. It was considered to be the single trigger for the largest amount of aid that came into Haiti at that point of time. Cyclone Fani in Odisha. While many headlines emphasized devastation, which was normal for any journalist, one journalist shared a story of a fisherman carrying stranded families to safety in his wooden boat. Very quietly, away from the media glare, that story came, and this spurred local aid and support. The state agencies came forward to support the fisherman. Other fishermen came forward, and that story had an amazing spillover effect. Rule number 3, and this is something that all journalists need to be told: don't be the story. You are not the story over there. Okay, you're not a hero. You're not a protagonist. You're there to report. So don't be the story. And believe me when I say this to myself all the time as well, because sometimes when you're on television, you can tend to get carried away, over dramatize. During Hurricane Katrina, famous instance of a reporter, who staged herself paddling through what she called flood waters. The only problem was, I think her cameraman was a little mischievous, and he panned the camera slightly, and it looked like it was just ankle deep water, and there was no real flood water in there. So she obviously was lying about the scale of the devastation over there. In India, during the Uttarakhand flash floods, exactly the same thing happened. A journalist dramatically pretended to cross a dangerous stream, later revealed to be barely knee deep. Because when the camera zoomed out and that footage accidentally went on air, it showed that it wasn't as dangerous as he was making it out to be. Again, I can't name the journalist of the organization because he happens to be a friend of mine, so I will get into a lot of trouble for that. But he did get into trouble for that. Rule number 4, context is key. In the 2004 Indian tsunami, in the international media, I remember labeling the devastation in a fishing village as paradise lost. There was a New York Times headline that said paradise lost, and I also remember an Indian article that came in a few days later that talked about how this was one of the poorest villages in the Andaman Islands. So where was this paradise lost? It was never paradise. The very fact that there was so much poverty there and that it was ignored by the administration meant that this was a tragedy waiting to happen. So without context, reporting can completely mislead. This was never paradise. Important example: during the earthquake in Gujarat in 2001. Indian example, reports focused solely on flattened cities but ignored how rural areas with very weak construction, ignored by administration for decades, actually bore much more of the brunt. Adding this context could have highlighted the need for stricter building codes and aligned HADR operations a whole lot better. Rule number 5, and this is again something that a lot of people consider to be a complaint against the television media, and I think it's a justified one, which is protect the dignity of survivors. How many times have we seen it in times of crisis where reporters sort of insensitively poke their mics into the faces of others who are suffering? During the Tohoku earthquake in Japan in 2011, I remember I was in Libya at that time when I saw this story. This was a famous story of a woman who was searching for her cat. She was hysterical and she was searching for her cat amidst all the devastation in Fukushima. And there was this one Japanese journalist who was constantly chasing her, with their mic. And she turned around and said, "How about an interview while you're looking for your wallet?" And that story kind of exploded and became a huge media sensation. In the 2004 tsunami, I've seen it myself when journalists arrived here. There were people looking for their loved ones, and you would constantly see journalists go up to them and how does this make you feel? People sitting on the rubble of their homes, wherever, and mics thrust into their faces. This is something you're familiar with, so I'll move on to the next slide, which is avoid feeding the panic. This is something that journalists get very tempted by. The fact that you're in a crisis zone, there's already a great deal of suffering and drama taking place there, but there is this constant appetite to play things up and amplify them beyond what is really necessary. In California, there were very credible news agencies talking about how all of Los Angeles is on fire. Similarly, in India, we've seen things like entire Chennai is underwater right now during the Chennai floods that happened in 2015. In both those instances, it meant that people started leaving places that were not that affected, and it led to enormous congestion. And I think the Navy, the Air Force, the Army know exactly what I'm talking about, because it led to about 48 hours of almost nightmarish derailment of resources reaching the people who really needed it, both in Los Angeles and then in Chennai. So very, very similar. And I can tell you that it didn't take me any effort to find similar examples both abroad and here in India. Rule number 7: be mindful of aid misdirection. And Air Commodore Krishna Kumar mentioned this yesterday. Earthquake in Iran, there were pleas for warm clothing, which led to truckloads of ski jackets being sent to a desert region. They needed, warm clothes just for the night, and ski jackets and parkas and things like that, were actually sent. Bhuj earthquake, very similar. Calls for blankets led to woolen quilts being sent to the region. I think Commodore KK also mentioned that in call for aid in Car Nicobar saw people sending blankets and things like that, which was absolutely ridiculous. Second-hand clothes of all kinds being sent is a nightmare. I have friends in aid NGOs all over the world who say that this is something that really needs to be fixed, because whenever there's a call for aid, suddenly there's just enormous flood of unusable items, which completely clogs up the logistics supply chains, which can be used for actual things that people in disaster areas need. And this is something that the media can help in for sure. Rule number 8: avoid the savior narrative. There are many journalists, both in India and abroad, who sort of see themselves as messiahs when they reach a crisis point. The camera will keep them in the center. They are always on screen, no matter what is behind them. And this, in my view, is a bit of a disease, because journalists tend to have, a small measure of megalomania. I will freely admit this, especially in zones of crisis. And even though it does help the storytelling because it adds an emotional layer to everything, it's very important to differentiate and not be the savior. After Cyclone Nargis, the media highlighted foreign aid but ignored a local village chief who organized hundreds of volunteers. Survivors, as we've seen even in 2004 here in the Andaman Islands, survivors are often their own first responders. How many people did we see actually being the first responders for their own communities, their families, etc.? During the 2018 Kerala floods, once again, very, very similar stories. There was such a huge focus on state organizations and authorities and disaster response, and not enough on families, on community leaders who were doing some of the bravest work possible in all of that. Rule number 9, and Commodore Kesner, you mentioned if people stuck to facts, things would be rather dry. I would contend that in an HADR kind of situation and scenario, things are never dry, no matter how factual you keep communications, because these are by their very nature, if you boil down everything away, these are situations that have trauma, they have emotional loss, they have loss of loved ones, they have death, destruction. So no matter what you do, it is never ever dry. So I don't think it is a risk at all for communications to stick to the facts. There will be someone who will break those rules, but by and large, this definitely holds. Balancing heartstrings with facts is the point that I was actually trying to make. In Mozambique, a TV crew filmed a man rescuing goats during a cyclone, overshadowing coverage of a broken dam that had flooded that village, which is a very important lesson in how emotional stories are absolutely necessary. I will never stand up here and say, report just the facts, don't go after the emotional stories of loss. There must be emotional stories of loss, because there is a cultural intersection when people from outside are watching these stories, they feel a sense of pain and longing, and this can have a great effect in mobilizing help from different parts of the world. It can also mobilize public opinion to ensure that the authorities are kept accountable. In India, during the Andhra Pradesh cyclone of 1977, a viral image which I notice on the internet is still there, of an orphaned child tugged at the heartstrings, but distracted from where the aid was urgently needed. So even in an age before the internet, before the television media as we know it, there was, even in the 1970s, that kind of media distraction that went towards the easy, emotional, heartstrings tugging story and left behind what people really needed to know about. And finally, rule number 10 is stay for the long haul. And this, I would contend, is one of the most difficult rules to follow, which is that journalists and the media are there during the initial part of the destruction when everything is very, very dramatic, and they. The media's attention and stamina is whimsical, it's fickle, it will move on, especially in the television media. And therefore, after the Nepal earthquake that happened, you saw huge amounts of international media there for those very traumatic initial days. But I don't know how many of you remember that in the days that followed, suddenly it just disappeared from the international headlines. Not many people were even reporting from Nepal. India Today had a reporter there who visited after a month, but that was a very, very rare occasion when somebody decided to go back and see what happened. Even with the tsunami, how many journalists actually came back regularly, maybe month on month, year on year, to keep a track of it? I can freely admit for myself, I was not one of them. I didn't come back either, so I'm also guilty of not staying for the long haul when it comes to something like this. Now, the media often takes criticism for sensationalism, but its power as a force multiplier during disasters cannot be ignored. I think I've illustrated that. There are more than enough examples of the media, like I've just shown you, as a nuisance, or something that has to be managed. It's a word that journalists tend to hate. Why does someone talk about managing the media? But I empathize with state authorities, the military, etc. That the media cannot be the priority when it comes to HADR operations. It has to be an adjunct. It's an instrument that is going to be there no matter what. But please remember, we live in a democracy, and this bears constant repeating. And the media must report. When everything is aligned, here's how the media is crucial as a force multiplier during HADR operations. So just okay, I think I have another slide. Yeah. So how does the media help during HADR operations? Mobilizing resources is one of the most crucial. Let me take you back once again 20 years to the 2004 tsunami, because so many lessons and so many action points about the media's role in HADR operations germinated in how the media reported the 2004 tsunami. The disaster devastated coastal communities across Asia. You know all the statistics. But it was the media's coverage that captured global attention. Images of survivors searching for loved ones, staggering destruction, moved people worldwide to act. And it's the singular reason why you saw billions of dollars in aid pouring in very, very quickly. And it was responsible for some of the fastest rehabilitation efforts that took place, not just here, but elsewhere as well. Raising awareness, obviously, this is like a no-brainer, as someone said. 2010 Haiti earthquake, when the quake struck, reduced much of Port-au-Prince to rubble, leaving millions homeless. Media coverage brought the world's attention to this small Caribbean nation, which most people hadn't even heard of. Images of crumbled hospitals and children in need dominated the headlines. This was about showing the devastation, but also raising awareness about obscure countries very far from your circle of existence. So that's really, really important. This is hugely important. Encouraging volunteerism. When the media shows community leaders, individuals from the outside coming into disaster zones voluntarily to actually help out, it has an enormous viral effect. We've seen this during the COVID pandemic as well. We saw it during the tsunami. We saw it especially during the Chennai and the Kerala floods, where people came from other cities to actually volunteer and help out. They were all at the airport in Chennai. It's something that the media can very much make possible. Something that cannot be ignored is holding authorities accountable. A disaster situation is a chaotic situation to be in. Hard questions must be asked. Something that the media is constantly told is, why are you asking these questions right now? But amidst death and destruction, I would contend and submit that it is the media's role to ask those questions, because if there have been procedural lapses, if there have been intelligence failures, if there have been long-term lapses at the government level that could have prevented a particular disaster, like in the case of the Chennai floods, then authorities need to be held accountable, and this is very much the media's role in HADR operations. Ensuring long-term support is also something that I feel is hugely important. I'm coming towards the end of my presentation. Because, like I said, when the cameras finally leave, the communities, the people affected tend to be in a bit of a limbo, and the media, no matter what you think of it and its role in HADR operations, is a great deal of support and of some hope for the communities there. They see the media as their link to the outside world, and when the medias leave, that can have its own kind of trauma. I have been in situations where people have begged media persons not to go away because they believe that nothing will happen if the glare of the media shifts. And I did see the red light, Commodore Kesur, so I'm quickly going to rush through my last. I think I have one more slide. Yeah, just a small little wish list from the media's side, because I've given you all of these examples. These are very basic. There's nothing hi-fi about what these are. These are basic expectations from the media in any situation, but especially in HADR operations. Transparent communication, access to affected areas, not always easy. I know that this is something that has led to a lot of acrimony and confrontations between the media and the military over the years about access, someone getting access, someone not getting access. Can a helicopter be used to ferry journalists from one place to the other during floods? All that kind of thing. Those things happen from time to time. But and I do believe that the media is not the priority when people need to be rescued. But there are ways to handle this, and I think the Chennai floods was a good example of that. Coordinations and briefings, regular media briefings to align narratives and dispel misinformation. I actually detest the word narrative, because I don't believe narratives should come into play when we're talking about rescuing people and saving lives, but it is very much part of what the media expects. Coordinated briefings, a certain mutual respect in terms of each other's role. The media shouldn't look at the military as being, looking at this as a kind of turf war or a nuisance or people with malified intent, and the media and the military shouldn't look at the media as as troublemakers who are there to just tell dramatic stories and hinder operations. Visual support obviously is something, and respect for guidelines is also something. I think I've answered Commodore Kesno's questions, but I just wanted to in conclusion, the media has the power to be more than just an observer during disasters. When it mobilizes resources, raises awareness, inspires volunteers, showcases the heroism and dedication of response forces, holds authorities accountable, and ensures sustained support, it becomes a true force multiplier. Let us harness this power responsibly and effectively, so that in every crisis, the stories we tell are not just of devastation, but of hope, action, and recovery. And finally, I just wanted to leave you with a not directly related anecdote, but in 2011, I was covering the war in Libya, and over my years as a journalist, I've had a crisis of conscience many times. Am I doing the right thing? Was this story an ethical story to do? Have I overstepped my ethical boundaries by revealing this information? These are stories that face journalists a lot. But just one fun little story was in 2011 when a colleague and me went to Libya. We landed in Egypt because there was no direct way to get into Libya, and Ambassador Gokhale, you'd be interested in this in this story. So we were in Egypt, and the Indian ambassador to Egypt at that time had told us, I can't let you go into Libya because the crossing point is unmanned. There's nobody to stamp your visas, and it's complete devastation and chaos in Libya right now. So I can't let you go there, without a warning, because it's dangerous there. And we've got, me and my colleague were very insistent. We said, we are going, we don't care. I mean, you just drop us to a point where we can just cross into Libya, and that's it. And he said, okay, fine. He made us sign some papers and things like that, and obviously give us documents and things like that. His car dropped us to a point where we were able to cross over into Libya. And before crossing, he'd given us a small chit of paper, with some words written in Arabic and in English. And he said, if you get into trouble, if you get abducted, whatever, because it's total chaos in Libya, then just say these words to whoever has abducted you. And we, of course, laughed and said, who's going to abduct us? I mean, we're here from India, and nobody needs Indian journalists as hostages and stuff. And we bid him farewell, and we crossed the border into Libya, and 2 days later we were abducted. So from a place called from Benghazi, while we were on our way out from somewhere, we were abducted. And we were taken into the desert. There was a warehouse over there, and initially we were so shaken up by the fact that we were, quote unquote, captive, that we didn't know what to do. But then we remembered that the ambassador had given us this piece of paper with these words on it. And so we took that paper out, and I told our captors the words that were written. And the words written on it, and I will show you a picture now, is Sahafi al-Hind, which means journalist from India. And that's me with my captor there. And when we said Sahafi al-Hind, Indian journalist, we were fed, we were hugged, and one of the captors, this guy took me to his house, where his mother broke down crying, saying, it's so lovely to see journalists come from all the way in your paradise countries to our, narak here, this hell here, to cover our devastation here, and God bless you, and things like that. So just a small little bit. The media is not all bad, and there are places in this world where calling yourself an Indian journalist can get you out of a kidnapping situation as well. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shiv. I have spent quite my lifetime studying the interface, not managing, interface between military and media and the dynamics amongst them. And I must compliment you for being very unsparing in criticism of your own, of the Sahafi al-Hind, But I think that was a nice presentation. Now we'll go in for the Q&A. We'll take tricks of 3 questions each, and please direct your fire to any of the panelists. There's one I saw from the AWC also had raised his hand, so someone can speak on his behalf. So go ahead. Any questions? I'll come to you, Air Marshal. Back there, last row. And anyone in between there? Yeah, you, and then the Air Marshal. No, you got to tell it loudly for us. It's not a private communication.
I am a veteran journalist, but not in the role right now. And what Shiv spoke was absolutely correct. What I feel is, Shiv, shouldn't the states, I mentioned union territory, or let's say government of India, government of that particular state, should try to sensitize the journalists into certain, either it might be defense matters, covering the defense matters, or covering the humanitarian aid. Shouldn't it be like this way, that the government should take an initiative to do so? What are your comments?
I can tell you that the government does do that. Sorry, can I answer?
Let's take the 3 in a row so that we reduce time. Yeah, go ahead.
Check. Jain sir, Lieutenant Pawan Fartyal, Country Officer, Ernest Jetlet. Request permission to ask 3 questions, sir.
My God, you got it. Then I'll come to you in round 2. And I suppose all of them are to Shivaru?
Sir, 2 are for Mr. Shivaru and 1 for Commander MC Chandeep, sir. Hi, sir. Sir, as brought out yesterday by General A.S. Hasnain, in yesterday's lecture, when Sikkim glacial lake outburst flood occurred, the media was biased with other news. Can media be helpful to spread early warning alert for these disasters on priority basis so that we can manage these disasters as early as? Secondly, is there any major program, workshop, or mock drills which is run by any organization or NGOs for disaster management? If yes, then should media channelize these events rather than channelizing the paid promotions, which can help the management of disaster? The next question is for MC Chandeep, sir. Sir, traditionally HIDR efforts are for domain of government organization and international organization. In recent past, military is very active involving in these missions. Do you think that public-private partnership in HIDR engaging corporate sectors is good plan for India, as India is going to take a leadership of IONS in 2026, sir?
Yeah, Air Marshal, I think, good, you asked them in a very crisp manner, so I'll consider it one question.
So my question is to Shiv, product of St. Stephens and, frontline journalists. And that is why I think it's extremely important for me to hear from you on this subject. I'll read a headline. Indian Air Force builds Kerala for airlifting during Wayanad landslides. And this is just one headline. The newsprint and the Twitter was flooded with this beautiful newsline, wherein you can be rest assured that the air headquarters spun into action, writing a brief to the PMO on this development. I just want to ask you, what is the protocol, or what is the stipulated norm for a media agency to write a similar debrief or an explanation for a misinformation or I would say colored, intended information like this to be published? Are there any checks and balances? And let's say if this kind of a thing floats out, is there something which also comes in the media after, let's say, 10 days at least, to give the right information? And last but not the least, there may be 10 media agencies who would be reporting a particular thing in a particular manner. Would there be some media agencies who would like to counter it and put the correct narrative?
So, Shiv, no matter how much of mea culpa you've done, there's still going to be a lot of fire at you. You take that, and then you can go.
To answer to the question regarding private public partnership for enhancing HIDR capabilities, like I mentioned, the HIDR guidelines that was covered here was initially, there are multiple versions of it coming. The first step that we were planning to do was to get this ratified, because there have been multiple changes that is coming over the years from member countries, and we want to finally ratify it by the time we take over the chair, and thereafter clearly identify the specific fields whether we can have partnership to, like the placement of HIDR pre-position supplies and logistic supplies in forward post. These were some things which we discussed, and we'll specifically identify the fields where we can explore partnership with public sector or towards this, and thereafter we'll further progress on that. But as of now, as on today, there is no specific plan existing for engaging with for a private public partnership. But this is in line. Post we have a clear guideline and a setup, because to be very frank, the thrust on HIDR in IONS actually started on a higher scale or on a prominent scale only after 2022. Although there were things happening, but on a larger scale, the engagement started only 22. Now we are progressing on a faster pace, and we will be going towards that.
Thank you. I'll keep my answers short so we can get more questions. As far as sensitizing the media, sir, there are the Ministry of Defense, and I have to say this in their defense, that from the time that I've been a rookie reporter back in 2004, there have constantly been trips to forward areas, trips to areas where exercises are happening, HADR drills, amphibious exercises, etc. So sensitization is never a problem. There is a very, very adequate amount of access that's provided. The forces actually are really good in terms of sharing information. Think there have been some lacunae, but those have been sorted out over the years. So I think the onus is on both. But in terms of sensitization, I think the government is doing more than enough. In fact, General Hasnain's NDMA is also doing a great deal to sensitize reporters. On your question about the Sikkim disaster, yes, look, it just so happened that the Israel war started right at that point of time. The attack on Israel happened on the day of that particular tragedy, and it was unfortunate that the media suddenly swung away from the from what was happening in Sikkim into other areas. It was a difficult decision. I was in the newsroom when that decision was made as well. I can tell you that. At India Today, and I always speak by my own example, we also believe that technology has allowed us to be broadcasters of many different things at one point of time, and that's the reason why we had a live parallel broadcast covering the Sikkim tragedy in addition to what we were broadcasting on television, and that was going on YouTube. That garnered even more viewership than what was happening on television. But all I'm saying is these are difficult decisions sometimes. There are various other compelling factors that drive these decisions, and believe me, I'm in the hot seat, so I can tell you that they are not easy. But the fact that we are now in an era where we are able to tell different stories at the same time is a huge boon. It makes that decision a little easier. About NGOs and organizations conducting drills, there are very many, but the thing is, there's nothing that's done in a very organized fashion so far, and therefore I think you may have highlighted a pretty good need. So, to the last question about the very unfortunate story of the Air Force billing the state government of Kerala during the landslides. Now, the point of that, what was difficult about that story is that the facts were not incorrect, the context was missing, and therefore the entire story changed. The Air Force has to bill state authorities for services rendered. And I think it was Nitin who mentioned that these outstanding dues run into years and into tens of sometimes hundreds of crores which are not paid, and therefore there was nothing wrong with the Air Force sending what I imagine must have been an invoice. There's nobody sitting in a headquarters saying, oh, there's a landslide happening right now, let's not send this right now. It's just a matter of procedure, right? But the story took on that mischievous context because maybe someone in the state government said, look, they've sent us this right when we're doing all this stuff. That's how it must have happened. I'll be very honest with you. And then it's a great masala story. Look at the Air Force, yeah. I mean, the guys who are doing the rescuing, they're sending the poor Pinarayi Vijayan government a bill just when he's so busy doing all this rescue and relief work. So there, the facts were not incorrect. If you read the story, sir, the facts were totally fine. There was nothing wrong with the story. But the context of it made it complete misinformation because the import from the story was completely incorrect. In terms of a debrief, there are laid down procedures as far as corrections are concerned. I think the newspaper in question also carried a corrigendum a few days later. I'm not sure of this, but I think I saw something about that the context was missing and this was the case. And I will also be very happy to tell you, you talked about whether there are other journalists who are there to correct this misinformation. On my show, I did that. On my show, I picked up that story and provided exactly this context that I'm giving you right now. So towards the second half of my show, I said there was this report in a newspaper today, and let me tell you how this works. And then I did an explainer on how the Air Force or the Navy or whoever it is who render services to state authorities obviously are not doing it for free. They have to be invoiced for it. And so I provided that context, and that story did very well.
I guess one of the things that you got to take is that media organization often tells facts, but it still may not be the truth. So that's the line you got to. Any other point? Rana and here. Can we Chair, we'll need to extend this session, you know. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. I'll come to you next round. 1, yeah, after you, then I'll come to you.
I'm Brigadier General Hafiz, Defense Advisor of Bangladesh. Well, this is not a question per se, but just to share a perspective from my country and our practices. But before going to that, let me thank the Sincan and all his men to invite me in particular and all the FSS here. I come from a country which is, as of today, stands as the 7th most risky disaster, natural disaster prone country as per the Global Risk Index. If I take the statistics in last 3 decades, the country has been hit by more than 200 natural disasters. So that makes that every year around 6-7 natural disasters and 1 in every 2 months. So the people are really, it has become a regular phenomenon for Bangladesh. But anyway, we felt that we need a robust mechanism to respond to this natural disaster. And Bangladesh is one of the few countries, we have a dedicated ministry to handle the natural disaster. The Ministry of Natural Disaster and Relief. And armed forces always come, like the Indian Armed Forces, in the call of the nation. So that really warrants to have a kind of framework, legal framework. So constitutionally, we have the armed forces work in aid to civil authority, and that's how the approach we have two rather, from top to bottom and bottom up. So top to bottom, the ministry itself, and alongside the ministry, parallelly our armed forces division, which is an extension of the Prime Minister's office. They work parallelly. So we raise the coordination cell in both in the ministry and as well as the Armed Forces Division. And all the services headquarters directly work under the Armed Forces Division. So it becomes very easy to control and coordinate things. And apart from the armed forces, the relief work, I have seen from the last September flood we faced that the kind of social leadership, the community leadership, social workers, volunteers, how they can have the effective role. And for that, as Mr. Sheep said, that media can mobilize the public opinion and it can have a very positive role in that. I can just cite one example. One of the volunteer organization named Sunnah Foundation, within 8 days, it raised a fund of 1 billion Bangladeshi currency, just within 1 day. 8 days. We, armed forces, also had a fund, but we couldn't reach even near to that. So it was wonderful. And finally, we needed the kind of, and the training is one part. We conduct annual exercise on that, just response, emergency exercise and exchange. And every year we do it in the name of acronym DRE. We co-host with US, and every year almost 30 to 35 countries participate in that. And finally, the international collaboration, as Commander said, MC, that no country should face the natural disaster alone. And that brings me to the need underscore the need for the international cooperation and collaboration. And that's what we are doing here. Thank you, sir. Wonderful.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for your perspective, General. Yeah, Rana and two more here. Quickly. Yeah, Captain Rana.
Sir, my question is to Mr. Shiv Arora, sir. We have touched upon this topic earlier during this conference as to whose preserve or whose charter, whether HADR is solely a armed forces charter, or it is also a shared responsibility between the local administration. So, my question to you, Mr. Shiv, is that time and again we have seen it in most of the reportage of most of these HADR missions, Waynard, for example, and earlier ones. It is the role of the armed forces is very nicely shown by the media. In most times it is eulogistic in its content, but somewhere one of the breadcrumbs, as so to say, Keshnur sir mentioned, is that we gloss over, or the media glosses over, the inefficiencies of the civil authorities, and you just focus on the work done by the armed forces, that we all move on. So wittingly or unwittingly, this image is reinforced in the at least in the eyes of the local citizens, common citizens, that ये सिर्फ फौज का काम है. It is only the armed forces. I'll recount, sir, very quickly, if you indulge me. Long back, I was ADC to governor in Rajasthan. So of all places in Jodhpur, we had flash floods. So I was with the governor that time, and we had one. We reached the site immediately, and there was one journalist from a national Hindi news channel. So he was going on and on. कि देखो आधा घंटा हो गया है, half an hour has elapsed, अभी तक there is a Air Force base here, there is a corps here, but फौज अभी तक आई नहीं है, nobody is there. So I tapped his shoulder and told him कि भाई साहब, there is a local administration also whose responsibility it is. So I just want to ask your views on that.
So, time for one last question. There was someone, yeah, one. I'll see. I will take this. I think we're running out of time.
So I'm Commander Abhishek Jain, sir. My question is directed towards Mr. Arun. So while freedom of independent expression is essential for responsible journalism, especially on site, is it okay or required to have state control over media at times so that it is beneficial to restrict local panic in HADR missions? What I'm trying to summarize here is, sir, that is it okay to have organized chaos instead of unorganized one, without muting the silence of pain of the people around?
Okay, the last one there. Please stand up and quickly ask your question. From the Army War College, right? Yeah, please go ahead. This will be the last question.
Yeah, this question is specifically for the chair, sir. We as a nation are making a policy shift from disaster management to disaster risk reduction. Hence, the need for a larger canvas of integration to shift to DRR, that is disaster risk reduction. When India chairs the IONS, can it pitch for HADR risk reduction internationally with a new organization, UNHADRC, that is United Nations Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Response Committee, to replace UNOCHA, that is United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, and propose to create UN Disaster Response Force? Comments, please.
Okay. Shiv? No, as a chair, I'll sort of combine that with my closing comments.
First of all, I completely agree with the point that the officer just made about the media sort of dwelling on what the armed forces do in disaster response situations, and this has almost completely alleviated all accountability and blame on local administrations across different disasters and crises. If you've noticed in the last 15, 16, 17 years, which kind of disaster or crisis, small or big, has not involved ultimately, the army or the navy or the air force being there to, pull someone out? Whether it is a cable car rescue, whether it is a child falling into a bore well, whether it is a guy stuck on a hill, whether it is hikers who have been hiking somewhere and are stranded somewhere. This is not to say that, don't bother the armed forces. This is not their primary task. While that may be true, the very fact that you see the armed forces called in for even rudimentary crisis operations like someone falling into a bore well completely distracts from any any possibility of holding the local administrations accountable. The story that you mentioned from, I think, Jodhpur you were talking about, I have seen this in countless places where the question is, "Arey, when is the Fauj coming? When is the army coming?" It happened in Wayanad recently. In Wayanad recently, the Kerala administration, and let me say this with a great deal of emphasis, the Kerala administration, which is prided on on having a great deal of alacrity and response time, etc., completely failed. Nothing happened until the army got there, and then the bridges were formed and the supply chains were actually established. Similarly, if you look in other states, this is the case. In Chennai, it has happened. Chennai administration, priding itself on response times, for the first few days, had no idea what to do. So until the Navy and Air Force boats and helicopters arrived, people were in their houses not being able to be rescued. So absolutely, I completely agree with you. There is a risk there that the HADR cannot be the preserve of the armed forces. There is no problem with the armed forces participating in them, and by all signals and indications, the armed forces are obviously really good at HADR operations, perhaps better than anybody else. But this has had a kind of backlash effect. It means that others can say, "All right, let's just wait around till the Fauj arrives because nobody else is equipped to do that." And that has had a cultural cascading effect going forward as well. And only some parts of it can be addressed by SDRF, NDMA, NDRF type organizations. So it's a real problem that you've highlighted. To the other question, I will say a big no. Never ask a journalist if state control of media is necessary. The answer to that question will never be yes. So I don't think so at all. There cannot be, in my view, and I'm not saying this because I'm being defensive about being a journalist, because we ultimately live in a democracy. Do we really want things like state control of, one of the quote unquote pillars of democracy? Nobody wants that. Those are facets of the kinds of administrations that we pride ourselves of not being, right? So I think the real way to do things are in some of the examples that I illustrated. It has to be in sensitization, like the person at the back said. It has to be laid down procedures in terms of not just correcting misinformation in a timely manner, but preempting misinformation through clear and factual communication. And I think it all boils down to finally a level of mutual respect. The military has a certain way of doing things. The media has a certain way of doing things. And believe me when I say in the last 20 years, things have dramatically changed. The interface is much more comfortable and confident now. It has gone from being a relationship that was predicated on a bit of suspicion, organized chaos, as you called it, to journalists are troublemakers. They're always only looking for masala. They will not listen to the rules, etc. To now being an era of there's a lot of synchronicity between the media and the armed forces, especially in covering things. And one final point I will also tell you is that we also live in a world where, unlike maybe 20 years ago, you can get into serious trouble right now for misinformation, for reporting things that are not supposed to be reported, for reporting something that might have a direct impact on people's lives. Awareness, technology, fact checking, AI, catching things that are false and reporting. All of these are real world technologies that are working right now. So there are those checks and balances are there, and they will only get tighter. So no. So my short word to your question is, please, no state control of media.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, everyone who asked questions. Now, in the last few minutes allotted to me, I'll try and cover some of the issues that came up, as also some of the things that I thought about. So first, of course, is the question that was raised at the beginning. Does, it's by now come out clearly that HADR is, in a way, a cross we have to bear. So does that dilute our combat? I think the jury is out on that, but I would argue that it does not necessarily do so. And I'll give two quick reasons why it would not do so. First is, please understand that when you do HADR, particularly at the international level, you are earning equities for what you have done. And in the international field, those equities will count for at some stage. You're showcasing, you're demonstrating what you can do. The second, and I would like to argue a subtle point, that this actually contributes to deterrence. I mean, when other countries sees that, look, your pilots can take off in very marginal conditions and land on decks, in swaying decks, or they can winch up people in rough seas. He's getting to know how good you are operating this equipment. And I would argue that that contributes to a factor of deterrence, which is what armed forces are meant for. I mean, we have, for example, here Commodore Handu, who's got a gallantry award for Cyclone Tote. Now, Tote is a textbook case of how HADR was conducted. 192 rescued, all the 8 who are missing accounted for, all of them were found. And they operated in some of the worst conditions after the Western Fleet had just returned from a defense diplomacy mission to West Asia. And they finished the mission and they went out again to fetch oxygen from somewhere else. So look, the world is seeing all this. And I think the more you do good HADR, I'm not saying you ought to be doing it, the more I guess it gets noticed and that gets registered. Also, please remember that the first responder part, I mean, Nitin has a valid point that the preferred security partner, probably while less controversial, yields certain strategic space. But first responder is emphatic. And first responder is international. We are not suggesting that we'll be the first responder locally or internally. There is a clear understanding that the other civic agencies will be and will be called in. But internationally, if we are positioning ourselves, the Navy in particular, and all the armed forces in general, we are positioning ourselves as first responder. It's for this reason that we are out there and we have the organic capabilities for this. So I would put it very subtly that we will continue to be involved, and if we are good at this, it will contribute to our equity and our recognition in a much bigger way. Should we put a lot of this in doctrines? It's been happening. And as I said yesterday, climate change has been inserted into our maritime strategy security document, since I was one of the members who contributed to that. Please don't quote, but we had lots of discussions on that. Admiral S.J. Singh, who was the lead writer, FOC West. We discussed climate change hugely. And we put a part of that. If we did not add a lot more, it was only because we felt that this is the Navy's maritime security strategy document, and not, whereas response to climate change and extreme climate events probably has to be a national effort, and Navy can't purport to speak on behalf of the nation. But please, I think, as Professor Andharia brought out, that we need to be risk informed. So I think we're taking certain baby steps towards that. Can we do more? Much more, certainly. But I guess there are no easy answers. Amitav Ghosh has been telling us that wanting to stay on a seaside house is perhaps the most disastrous thing you would want to do. But are there easy answers? Do you shift anywhere else? Do you go? Where else do you go? And how much, at the end of the day, if all of these are possibly black swan events, the tsunami or the pandemic, can you really be completely risk averse in those areas? Probably yes, probably no, but we need to be on that path. And one of the things that contributes to that is exercises and mock drills. And here I have an issue that all the time mock drills seem to be done by Fauji's alone or by the associated agencies. And I can give you an instance when I was defense attaché abroad, and Gokhale sir might perhaps reinforce this. But we, evacuation of Indians in certain trouble spots in different parts of the world is a standard thing. And we had a drill for how to evacuate Indians from East Africa or from Kenya in case there is trouble there. Now, every year, every 6 months, we'd revisit that book and look at it. But I told my High Commissioner, sir, and he agreed. He said, sir, let's get the local Indians to do exercise this once. One Sunday, can we make them assemble in all these spots and do it? But there was absolute resistance from Indians, the Indian expats, the PIOs to that idea. But they would be the first ones to rush if there is a crisis situation and say, now rescue us and now take us out. So When the civilian populace does not wish to be a part of your mock drills and exercises, but expects immediate response, there's a problem. And there I think Shiv, the media and the academic institutions can probably play a role in persuading civilians to be a part of our drill. Ayon's chair has come, and I think that point is well hoisted by you. Uh, early early warnings, yes, I think you know what Shiv and everyone has said. We are much better off for early warning. The amount of lives lost internally to cyclones, at least, if you see, for example, Orissa late 90s and cyclone fell in 2014 or so, we were much better. Um, One of the issues is probably, Shiv, tragic as this might seem, there seems to be some priority of tragedies that is a war more sexy than disaster events, and particularly when we have maritime disaster events, there doesn't seem to be sufficient reportage. I think that's a point that can be considered. My last point is, can we again, this has to be said with a certain amount of lightness. I'm not being facetious, but can disaster be seen as an opportunity for reimagining ourselves or the place that we are in differently? I think Surat provided one good example after the plague of how you can learn from that. At another level, Vishakhapatnam after Hudhud, I mean, we were all there. Some of you may have been there. Vishakhapatnam saw that as an opportunity, particularly with the International Fleet Review and the way it has reinvented itself. Since 2016, Vishakhapatnam has consistently figured in the top 5 cleanest cities of the country from then, because people have sought to be stakeholders in that, in that development. So perhaps we could see if disasters can provide opportunities for us to, if not paradise regained, but perhaps make some new beginnings. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will agree it was a fascinating session. Expectedly, the bulk of questions went to the media person, but the other two presentations were equally spot on. And I think since this is the last session, on behalf of all speakers and panelists, sirs, with your permission and with your permission, I'd like to thank the CNC, Air Marshal Saju, and my very dear coursemate and friend for the lovely program that you laid out. And I think it brought a lot of cogitation, a lot of reflection, and we had much time to meet old friends and or make new ones. So thanks a lot for this wonderful 2 days. And please give a big hand to the three speakers, panelists. Over to you.
Thank you, speakers and moderator. We have come to the end of the final session. May I now request the Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command, to kindly come on stage and felicitate the speakers and moderator. Deputy Inspector General P.B. Mandal. Shri Shivarur. Commander Chandeep. Commodore Shrikant Keshnur. Thank you, speakers and moderator. May I request you to kindly take your seats in the audience. And may I also request the Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command, to kindly deliver the concluding address. Excuse me, everyone. May I please have everyone for a group photograph?
In cricketing analogy, I feel like the Bumrah walking out to save the follow-on the last test. Hopefully, I can do justice like he did. And I'm also conscious of the fact that I'm keeping you all away from the lunch. So, distinguished speakers, friends from the foreign countries, delegates from various headquarters, friends from the media, and officers and personnel of Andaman and Nicobar Command. Good afternoon to you all. I'm sure that you'll all agree that we had an exhilarating and a very enlightening 2 days. It was a moment for us also to reflect on the tragedies of 2004 and pay our homage to those members of the family that departed. And it was very vividly brought out in the photographs which were put up in the presentation, in our media, in the video that we had created, and also in the narrative over the last 2 days. And it sort of made it very clear, like one of the speakers said, there is only one thing which is certain, that is uncertainty. And uncertainty of a human disaster is something that needs a lot of preparation and planning so that we can mitigate the suffering which comes our way. Let me just give you a brief history into how we went about organizing this particular Dweep Diksha Dialogue. When I was slated to take over, and I started to read, because I had only knowledge of ANC was as a tourist. In 2015, I'd come here, enjoyed the sun, sand, and whatever diving experience that one could afford. That was all that I knew about ANC. And when I read, I felt that while a lot of things are being written about Indian Ocean region and the way forward for India, I felt that not enough emphasis was there on what ANC can play in this particular. We had talked about the importance of Malacca Strait, 6-degree channel, and all that. But ANC, I felt, was not figuring enough in this particular narrative. So we put our heads together and we said, let's start something, get people of eminence to come here and discuss this. Maybe the narrative will reach. Or maybe if the narrative was there, not enough was being done. Could be both ways. But that's what our attempt was. And what, to our surprise, was that the traction it took as far as Dweep Diksha Dialogue 2023 was concerned was quite sufficient for us to start it off as an annual ritual. There was also a side to this that on my congratulatory call from Nitin Sathe, my dear friend, he said, when are you inviting me to Andamans? And I said, since I knew his background of the work that he had done here way back in 2004, I said, next year, when it is 20 years and for time for us to remember the painful memories, we will do that. So both these events, in a way, are instrumental in the theme that we chose for ourselves this year, which is Tsunami 2024. 2004, 20 years, and the way forward. That is more important than just to remember. And that's why we chose this theme.
And we are pleasantly surprised that to the response that we got as we reached out, every single speaker that we wanted to get on this panel said yes. And we did not want to limit it only to HADR and the way forward. We also wanted to look at the geostrategic importance, because that narrative I want to run. And it should continue to be talked about so that more gets done as far as this particular island is concerned, and the command in particular is concerned. Srikanth, in his concluding yesterday, talked about is it still being considered as Fortran? Let me tell you that the vision today of the CDS, ideas, and the command is that this is the springboard to the east, and we will continue to be a strategic outpost as far as India is concerned, its strategic construct is concerned. So I am not going to go into the geostrategic importance of this, that better and more eminent speakers have spoken about it. I just want to touch on all the sessions that we went through. The first session, to be honest, was the most touching and revealing one, where personal experiences on how it was went through, both Commodore Krishna Kumar and Commodore Benny, they gave a first-hand experience, a lot of painful memories, but nothing more poignant than what Ms. Meghna brought to the table. I think that was the most memorable event for me as far as this particular dialogue is concerned. We took a lot of inputs and a lot of lessons for all of us, that yes, whatever come your way, you can still build a life, you can still move forward and have a different narrative in your life. We had this most interesting session in session 2. I must, I just wish to keep input. One is on the role that Chief of Defence Staff and his opening address. I must place on record that when we started this particular idea and mooted it to him, the full support was provided by him. And the scope that we had initially envisaged was to be just a national seminar. And then in our discussion with then CNS, Admiral Hari Kumar, he suggested that why don't you do as a BIMSTEC Milan, because the Milan, you are all aware, used to be conducted here at Andamans, then got shifted, alternate, then it shifted completely to the mainland. And it was felt that Milan cannot be conducted here because of the scope has increased so much, and now 40-45 countries participating, administratively because very challenging to be conducted at Andaman Nicobar. So we said let's look at BIMSTEC Milan and convert it into a seminar combined with this. And as we proposed this, I must honestly admit that it was Naval Headquarters which pushed, and he is here, Commodore Chandeep is here, which now expanded it to include the ions. So that is how this thing came through. But we needed a lot of approvals right from RM, and I must place on record the speedy approval that we got from Honorable RM's office for funding it and to be able to do it, this particular thing in this way. In Jal Asnain touched upon the HADR, the whole of government approach, and he did talk about a very key aspect, that is what is the role of climate change and how it is impacting lives, why HADR becomes a necessity on that. I think that's a very key point. In our own experience here at ANC, just to give you an insight, the cyclone of 2023, which impacted Bangladesh, has created a problem for us because the Rohingya immigration has seen a significant enhancement after this particular thing. So every single act of natural disaster has a repercussion somewhere else. In our case, it becomes a human immigration challenge and associated security challenge. He sort of appraised us on the apps which the NDMA has developed, and not surprising that none of us were aware of that app. So that is where awareness comes in. And now coming back to the session 2, which was of key interest for us at this. I'm deeply indebted to Foreign Secretary Sri Vijay Gokhale on giving a different narrative. We always heard of a Indian Ocean or Indian security perspective being given by many, but I think he brought out the relevance of having the third angle. That is, it is neither a pro US nor an anti China. It is one which is aligned to the interest of the region, and there we would like to be the preferred security partner. Nitin, in his talk, did talk about why we deviated from net security provider to preferred security provider. My take, I think, is that we would like to convince the regional powers that we should be the preferred one and not demand ourselves to be the net security provider. Mr. Chikamne did bring out the need for grand strategy, and thank you for putting it in correct perspective, Sanjeev, for bringing out the maritime history and how we have failed as a nation to take it forward. I think your efforts will go a big way in resurrecting this thing. And Professor Kontabali, as erudite as ever, talked about the tsunami which is coming. We are quite aware of this fact, and that's a matter which concerns us every single day. We monitor, we understand the challenges that this particular dragon is going to bring in this particular region, and our focus remains singularly on countering that particular dragon to the best of our ability. We had the third session, again, personal experiences being shared by our friends, both Nitin as well as Admiral Suraj Berry, talking about their own experiences, one in Karnik, other one in Sri Lanka. I must first place on record that to volunteer for a mission like this and then to stay on against what was expected of him was a great thing. And it, having known him for last almost 40 years, I know that even today, if there is given a chance, he will step forward and do the same thing over and over again. My salute to you, Nitin. Suraj talked about the first of our such expeditions where we went out and as a nation took it upon ourselves to provide succor to our friendly neighborhood, to the regions which wanted it. He, of course, only covered one part of the story. The Maldives was left unsaid at that particular time. But there are many lessons for us to learn in that particular aspect. Ms. Janaki brought out the need for gender sensitivity in all our aspects, not just in HADR. I think that's a key point that we need to take from us. We are conscious of the fact that this is going to be a challenge as we induct more and more women into armed forces, even at the, not just at the officer level, but now with the Agnivir women coming in. We will take the lessons that you and the points that you brought out even in the informal discussion. Thank you, ma'am, for talking about it. And today, we had two interesting sessions going forward. The first, of course, was the role of armed forces in HADR. I think, Nitin, you missed one, which was, I think, Cyclone Katrina. Must tell you that we in Air Force, after 2004, we did this one IL-76 with, I think, about 20 to 25 tons of load, flew all the way to West Coast and did this. And we are all often asked after that as to what did you achieve by that? But it was a symbolic message that anywhere in the world, when called upon, Indian Armed Forces can deliver. At that time, of course, we didn't have C-17, which had the global reach. IL has its own challenges, but we managed to take it. And we were, again, one of the first countries to respond and reach there. Today, it's become a norm. ACS TNH is here. He knows it, how it is done. As bad weather approaches, monsoon weather approaches, the SOPs are refined, the aircraft deployment is planned. And whenever the Met department starts to predict that something is brewing, immediately in the ops branch, there is a discussion as to how we are going to counter this. So, even Gulani is not here. I think he structured his talk so well into putting the various process in place. And the key aspect of his talk was in the last slide, I think. That is the best planning will go out of the window as soon as the disaster strikes. What matters is the process. And I can just give you an insight. In case the process is very good, sometimes it works well. My own family during the Kerala floods was affected, but we discussed in Shiv's talk about this. If it is sensationalized, it can lead to disaster. And he gave many examples. But in this case, it worked very well. Every 2 hours, the police would come down and tell my family, stay. This is your plan. If there is anything else, we will come back and tell you. And this carried on through the floods till till they had to be evacuated. And it was a very well organized evacuation at that time. Of course, Wayanad was a completely reverse story till army stepped in. And last, of course, I must thank D.J. Mandal for sharing his personal experience and Chandeep for telling us about the various processes that we have started. The role of media, nobody else could have put it better than Shiv. He's been in the thick of action. And thank you for being very candid as ever. Deeply appreciate all that you put. I must also be failing in my duty if I don't mention the moderators. They had a massive challenge. When you have a panel like this, it becomes very difficult to control time. I think that was very well orchestrated. Also important to elicit responses from the audience and also from the speakers. Thank you all. Done a wonderful job and very deeply indebted. It was heartwarming to see the immense participation from large number of IONS group members. Thank you for having taken time off from your busy schedules, fly down here. Some of you, I know, have come from your homeland. So we deeply appreciate that. I also hope that during the time that you are here, you get to enjoy a bit of this scenic beauty of this island. It is not all about tsunami only. There are much more that these islands can provide. Hopefully you'll get a chance. We are also thankful to those officers who have come from the various headquarters and represented. Due to paucity of time, we couldn't give an opportunity to every headquarters to present their angle. Otherwise, we had actually planned a session in the afternoon, but then some administrative challenges came because many of you want to go back tomorrow, and we also wanted to take this opportunity to give you a chance, go across to Karnik and pay homage at the Tsunami Memorial. So that's why we had to cut the 6th session, and thereby we had to apologize to the service headquarters, and I do that now. So as we draw curtains on the second Dweep Diksha Dialogue, we must remember the knowledge and partnership are powerful tools. It is not only a desirable, but a mandatory requirement to work together for the greater good of this region and its people. Towards this, ANC will continue to play a key role in fostering and ensuring a free, open, and rule-based IOR, and be a testament to India's commitment to regional security and stability. I would like to once again thank all distinguished speakers, foreign delegates, and outstation participants who have spared their valuable time and joined us in person at this Emerald Islands, and also those who have logged in online on the last 2 days towards making this year's Dweep Diksha Dialogue a success. We promise to continue this legacy in the years to come. Before I conclude, let me place on record that it's very easy to conceptualize a plan, but to execute it, you need a brilliant team. I was fortunate. I had my Chief of Staff, Rear Admiral Bipla. He's a very meticulous guy. He gets into details, and I could leave this entire organizing to him. A number of key personnel did the job, be it Captain Rana, who designed the brilliant memento that you all saw. There was a sergeant, young sergeant, Vinod, who you've seen this crest that we have put up for this. It's been designed by him. We had NSRW, Commodore Jasveer, and ARCC, Brigadier Rajesh, who organized the lovely dinners that and all the associated functions which went through on the 2 evenings. Jarawa CO, Commodore Srivasha is here. Yeah, he's there. All the administrative arrangements has been run by him. But all these people, I felt, played a side role. The main person was Commodore Prashant Handu and his team. Due to paucity of time, I will not mention all the guys, but many of you have interacted with all those key members of this team. And they're the ones who put together this. And I will request you all to put your hands together and thank them for organizing such a wonderful thing. Thank you all, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We have completed the proceedings for the Dweep Diksha Dialogue 2024. On behalf of the Commander-in-Chief Andaman and Nicobar Command, I, Lieutenant Commander Mohit Fogart, along with my co-host, Lieutenant Commander Anushri, thank you for your energetic and enthusiastic participation and look forward to hosting you at the Dweep Diksha Dialogue next year. I now request all senior officers, guests and distinguished speakers to proceed for lunch to the exit on your left. Jai Hind.